She wiggles her finger and it comes.
Hi. Congratulations. Well, I said congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. I'm happy to be back.
All right, I'll get to work now.
Yeah. So Ron, you missed the throwing out of the thing, so you get all the remnants. Well, it worked. It worked.
His wife dressed him this morning. He gave her undisputed approval, or decision, rather, or her opinion, undisputable opinion. I would say that.
Okay.
You
just dropped
about that,
something.
right?
All right, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. So I'd like to bring this meeting to order. Thank you. Is that better? That's pretty. Can you hear me now? That's better. We don't have the sound effects.
Right in your ears.
All right. It is Tuesday, November 12th, 2024. It is 9:45, 57, 58, 48, 48.
No.
And let's bring the Kane County Board to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay. Allen. Miss Allen,
Allen present?
thank you. Bates,
Bates here.
Berman,
Berman's here.
Doherty,
Right here.
Gabist. Thought I saw you. Ford. Combs. Iqbal, Juby, Kenyon,
Here.
Caius,
Caius present.
Leonard,
Leonard here.
Lewis, Linder,
Linder here.
Paulina present.
Roth,
Roth here.
Sanchez,
Sanchez here.
Strathman,
Strathman here.
yes. Carver,
Carver's here.
Pepe. Williams,
Here.
Young.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
And yes,
Evans is here. Got it.
Mr. Evans,
Gums.
welcome.
Okay,
I believe we have
everybody.
Mr. Sanchez.
He's online.
He's online.
Doherty's online.
All right, Mr. Doherty, and Mr. Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez, why are you not here? May I ask?
Yeah, there's some transportation issues with one of my children today.
All right,
But,
okay, so.
running around.
child- Just for the Open Meetings Act. Okay, very good. So, Mr. Doherty and Mr. Sanchez request admission online. Do I have your permission to let them in? Okay, okay, very good. Thank you all. Welcome, gentlemen. And Mr. Berman, your turn to do the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation.
For what?
Allegiance to the
the
flag
flag
of the United States of America. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The application.
Okay. Please pray with me. Dear Father in heaven, thank you for many blessings you provide us. Be with us this morning as we do the work of the Kane County Board. Help us help Help us to work together on a common goal. Set aside our individual agendas and make our decisions on facts. Help us to respect and love one another. This I ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. May I please have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of October 16th, 2024?
Madam Chair, this is Caius. I would ask for unanimous consent for the minutes, to approve the minutes for
Looks like you got both.
October 16, not the 8th,
And October
Look at that.
24.
Do I have you? 8th and October 8th as well.
October 8th and 16th. That's what I thought.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yes.
Thank you. Do I have your permission or consensus on this? Yes? Okay, and dissent? No? Okay, very good. All right, we have some public comment. Public comment. I had sensitive, I'll bring it closer to me. Well, welcome all. We have quite a lovely crowd in the audience, and I'd like to welcome you all to today's meeting. As you know, for our public speakers, as a matter of protocol, we ask the speakers to refrain from statements or remarks, conduct that may become disruptive or insulting to the county board, or which may cause a disturbance. We have a number of speakers who have signed up and several speakers who have come today and signed up as well. Each speaker may have 3 minutes. Please introduce yourself and we will time you for a total of 45 minutes, which will bring us to how many speakers?
A lot.
12? 15 speakers, 15 speakers. All righty. So the first speaker who has signed up is Kevin Camino. Is Kevin here?
I'm here remotely, yes. I signed up to answer questions should they arise regarding Geneva School District 304 rezoning.
Okay. Okay, very good. Okay, so you're on zoning. So Mr. Camino, the zoning is going to take a little while before we get to it. So if you want to check back in, maybe about 10:30-ish, that may be
Okay.
good. And
Okay,
if we
great.
need you, we've got your number, so we'll give you a call if we need you before then.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Next speaker is Kathy Flesberg.
Good morning, Kathy Flesberg, Huntley. I'm here to talk about the budget and also these property tax levies. Before I get started, I have to respond to some comments I heard from last week's meeting in regards to these tax levies. I heard a couple people say, well, why don't we do it? Everyone else does it every year. That is so not true. I used to be a commercial deputy assessor, used to answer these questions every year when the tax bills go out. You guys, Kane County gets an increase every year, just like everyone else does, based on the equalization factor that's applied. So people, the school district does it the most, but the taxing districts do not do it every year. And why we have so many when Kane County only has 4 taxing districts, I don't understand why it's broken up like it is. $59 million you want extra on top of the 29 million that we were shorted that came out of mostly reserves. The spending, it's got to stop. I feel like the board members need a finance hat on as well as everything. And then the agenda today, 1,500 pages, and most of it's garbage. And it's just, you make it so hard for us. Anyway, from last week's meeting, I was deeply troubled to hear about the 29 million needed to be transferred from reserves and a few other funds, and which could possibly be 32 million because of everything. And it's all careless overspending. I mean, my gosh, how hard is it to keep track of what you're signing contracts on, what you're ordering? Why you can't stay on budget is ridiculous. The first 3 years, you had 35 million from the state paying the salaries. Then it drops off. Last year, you're over budget. This year, you're over budget by 10 million more. And then you want the budget to be 135, or is it 138 million? I've seen both numbers. All this time spent it in the hiring. The hiring that this place has done in the last couple of years is crazy. And I don't understand why we still, what are these people, like the people you hired for the health building? Why are they still, I mean, I don't want to lay people off, but stuff needs to be done. Cuts need to be made, and I don't see any cuts being made. Too many resolutions at each and every board meeting. It's ridiculous. This meeting today is going to last how many hours? 8?
Kathy, thank you very much. Mark Tetry?
Did you say Markadamian?
No, I said Mark Tetry.
Very sorry.
Madam Chair, Kane County Board members, my name is Mark Tetry. I'm a 28-year resident of Kane County, and I appreciate this opportunity to talk to you all. I want to start with Proverbs 11:13. The integrity of the upright will guide them, but the perversity of the unfaithful will destroy them. Definition of integrity: the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles that refuse to change. Over the last few weeks, and I'm sure it'll happen today, the citizens will document the information on this expanded budget. It'll also be highlighted why the meeting today happened before the election, or after the election and not before the election. As taxpayers, I trust you understand it's our hard-earned money. As a retired senior citizen, I have to have and manage my budget tighter today than ever before. The continuation of high taxes is unacceptable. I'm asking all of you to manage our tax dollars with the highest of integrity as you review this budget. This is my own personal opinion. Integrity in government, which you guys are all part of, is associated by a quote from John Adams, which I love, and I believe most people do not understand it. It goes like this: our Constitution was made for only immoral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to govern the governance of any others. The key thing in there, what Adams was talking about, the word morals. And he highlights, and I highlight this: be respectful, be honest, be responsible. Basically have integrity in government. I respectfully ask all of you to follow those sacred principles, and may your integrity guide you in this vote. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Dorr.
Good morning, Madam Chair and esteemed board members. My name is Robert Dorr. I'm an assistant state's attorney with the Kane County State's Attorney's Office. I'm also the chief of the criminal division. I worked with State's Attorney Mosser to form what's called the Child Exploitation Unit. 13 years prior to my employment with the Kane County State's Attorney's Office, I had spent 13 years doing child sex abuse, sex assault, and child exploitation cases. When I joined the State's Attorney's Office here in Kane, I noticed that obviously we weren't working these cases very much. I worked with the Internet Crimes Against Children's Task Force and a cyber crime lab they had And I gave them parameters. They told me that if I gave them every town and city in the state and the county of Kane, starting from Aurora all the way down, I gave a time window of May 1st, or I'm sorry, January 1st, 2021 through the end of May 2021. And we picked 5 random internet providers. They were able to use an algorithm and tell me that over 48,000 images and videos of child pornography were being downloaded into the county. Based on that, we got approval from this board, and thank you very much for that. We started investigating these cases. We first started out with 2 assistant state's attorneys. During the next board cycle or the budget, we were able to acquire an investigator who had retired from the Wheaton Police Department. He was a investigator in these matters, internet crimes against children. And he joined our unit. And eventually we were able to hire from the state of Illinois Attorney General's Office, High Tech Crime Bureau, a director of digital forensics, so we can do in-house our investigations and charge these cases. We work with the internet providers who send what's called a cyber tip. They don't want their platforms being used for this type of material. When they see it, it has its own digital imprint, almost like its own DNA or fingerprint. They notify the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, who then farms it to the state of Illinois if it appears it's coming from the state. They send it to our county investigators, our child exploitation unit, and they do the investigation. Following me as part of the presentation will be our chief investigator, Andrew Euler. We have been able to make significant arrests. We work with federal and actually in one case we've been working with international authorities to take down a very serious purveyor of child porn who was abusing children online. Somebody who pretended to be a 14-year-old girl who lived in Helburn, excuse me, and
Take it easy. I feel the same way.
it's pretty
Good
bad.
work, Bob. Hang in there.
It's pretty bad. So we took down him with the federal authorities, and I never had the opportunity to work with the Royal Mounted Canadian Police investigators before, but we did. So I'm going to hand this off after my 3 minutes to Andrew Euler. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, please, Drew, come on up, please. Drew, Andrew, Viewer.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Oh, my gosh, taxpayers' dollars at work.
My name is Andrew Euler. Good morning, everyone. I am an investigator with the Kane County State's Attorney's Office. Back in 2022, the summer of 2022, I met with State's Attorney Jamie Mosser in her office, and we discussed the possibility of creating a unit that was designed specifically to investigate crimes of or internet crimes that were focusing on children, predators that were looking for children, by any gambit of that type of crime. And in August of 2022, we, thanks to the board approving the position, we did start that unit, and it was pretty, I was not expected at the sheriff's office when I arrived, but they took me in with open arms and they worked with me completely. And with that, since August of 2022, when I arrived, there was over 300 cyber tips that were waiting for me to investigate. Many of them were old, but nonetheless, they had to be addressed. With that, and with the assistance of the sheriff's office investigators, we were able to conduct search warrants, do subpoenas, and get information that showed that there were persons within the county, many of them, that were focusing their efforts of victimizing children online. We also did create a computer that is working and this is in tune with what Bob said, the child pornography that's being transferred in and out of Kane County residents, or at least IP addresses located within the county. We did create a computer that does scour the internet and try to find and identify and download child pornography from these people so we can create a case. What I did bring here is a pamphlet that shows, I only have 5 copies, I apologize. But what it does is it shows all of our stats. I can go through them really quick, or I could pass them out for your purview.
Why don't you pass them out?
All right. What happened in when we had 300, when I had 300 cases that we needed to work, it quickly developed into a situation where we needed more investigators. Again, thanks to the board for approving, we were able to hire 2 more investigators and a forensic examiner. We were using the AG's office, but we were at their mercy. So now, and it was delaying our cases tremendously. Now we have a director.
Why don't you finish your sentence?
Now we have a director of forensics that is working it solely with our unit, and it's benefiting us tremendously.
I'm going to interrupt you there. And Bob and Drew, I would like to invite you both for perhaps next month or definitely in January when the new board is seated, a committee of the whole, so that we can have a better understanding, a little bit, give you more time
Sure.
to talk about this fantastic work. This is truly taxpayer dollars at work and what it's meant for. And to protect our children and to protect our families and long-lasting impact it has upon these young people will devastate them for a lifetime. And that's something of concern to all of us. So I look forward to working with you and putting together an appropriate agenda so we get a more robust understanding. And I want to thank you both, and I'm sure the board would like to thank you as well for bringing this to our attention, highlighting this important work that you're doing for the state's attorney's office.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, if I may,
Yes, of course.
we had a situation up at the north end where I received several calls from constituents. And I did call the sheriff and I did call the state's attorney's office, only to find out that the person in question, while domiciled in Kane, was being investigated in DuPage. And I guess it never crossed my mind the amount of crossover between McHenry, DuPage, and how the teams work together in this particular arena. And that person was most recently, within 30 days, arrested. And gentlemen, I thank you very much for what you do.
Yeah.
So much.
You're doing God's work. Thank you.
Thank you.
very much. Okay. All right, Mr. Avalar, why don't you come on up? Mark Avalar.
Bear with me. It's following that presentation took my breath away too. So name's Mark Avalar, Algonquin, Illinois. I'm a resident of the 23rd County Board District. First, I want to start off. I've noticed agenda item 12A, the ordinance adopting the fiscal year 2025 annual appropriations and budget, is very far down on the agenda. I would ask the county board at your parliamentary procedure to move that ahead of executive session so that taxpayers that are here about the budget and the appropriations can be present before you go to executive session and the zoning petitions. I know that's going to take quite a bit of time. Please consider pushing number 12A ahead of item 9, executive session, on today's agenda. Putting my mental health hat on, as many of you know, in my later years, on my most important passion area is mental health. And I have the honor to serve as the president of the Dundee Township Mental Health Board, but in an unofficial capacity, I'm looking to the county board, in particular the legislative committee. And whenever the committees are set and the chairs are named, I know that'll be more appropriate then. But Congress introduced something called the Substance Use Disorder Treatment and Behavioral and Mental Health Workforce Scholarship Program. I know it's a mouthful. Just write down HR 9581. That's the current 118th Congress. We all know about what happened in Washington. With the new Congress, it will be refiled. I'm sure Congresswoman Andrea Salinas of Oregon is the primary sponsor. But talking to social service agencies, and I know at the ARPA committee and possibly at Public Health, you hear this all the time. Not enough men and women are going into mental health or substance use for the agencies. And if they're short-staffed, that means residents of Kane County are short-staffed. And I would definitely appreciate through the legislative committee, bring this to the surface for our Illinois congressional delegation to be a part of this and to implement this as soon as possible. This is a long-term solution, but it definitely is needed. And every social service agency will tell you they're short-staffed. They need qualified people, and a scholarship program through the federal government is one of many ways to start that. But finally, I want to get back into the tax and the levy and the appropriations that you're going to approve today, whatever that's going to be. As my brother at my church, Mr. Teetree, pointed out about integrity, apply integrity and discernment also at the fact that we're being asked on April 1st for a sales tax increase. And as I said last week at executive committee, I think you're asking for too much. It is not too late to reduce the amount of that sales tax between now and the end of next month to set that referendum. And if maybe with incoming board members, you might consider that at the December meeting, especially after what may happen today during your vote. Thank you for your time. I'll be watching and listening.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Avalar. Our next speaker will be Frank Esposito.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. I've been here many times talking about the budget. Oh, but first of all, congratulations to everyone who got reelected. Okay. Tuesday was quite a day. I think at a national level, I think we see that the citizens of this country are a little concerned the direction that the government is going. They're concerned about the money that's being wasted on projects that we think are for the common good. And maybe they are, and maybe they're not. But I'm not at the national level. All I can do is talk about what we're doing here. I've looked at this budget again. Please, please, let's analyze what you're expecting to spend. It looks like, from what I see, almost $39 million is projected for 2025 versus the 2024 estimated expenses. That's a 13.4% increase. Now, I thought, well, let's check it against 2023. That's 15% increase in expenses. Inflation isn't this high. It's high, to be sure, the past 3 years, but it's not this high. Don't we have to tighten our belts once in a while? I don't know what else to say. Let's be realistic, because there will be other elections. And I can tell you that the voters out here are getting disgusted with all of this money that's being requested of us. So even 0.25% increase, it's the image of what you're doing. You're taking more money out of our pockets. I'm retired. Now I have to really watch every penny. I'm not a millionaire. And there's a lot of people in this county that are in that state. So please, just don't rubber stamp it because somebody came up with a number. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lori Baker.
Good morning. I'm Lori Baker, President and CEO of the Association for Individual Development, or AID, and I am here to ask you to approve Resolution 24-432, which is on the consent agenda and would provide some mental health service funding for the Association for Individual Development. We see an ever increasing need for mental health, substance use, and crisis care services across Kane County and the other 6 counties that we serve at AID. And that need is going to continue to grow everywhere from our children and young people in schools all the way to our seniors who are isolated and have had challenges throughout the last few years dealing. Am I done already? Oh, wow. Wow, I was like, I can talk a lot, but that was fast. But anyway, from our whole plethora of people within, there are many, many people that are dealing with anxiety, depression, worry, concern, isolation across the age groups. And this money will help support those services within Kane County. And to Mark's statement about earlier about funding for scholarships for people going into mental health and substance use and other social service positions, the state has recently started a couple of programs that are just now coming online and people are being able to apply for. So there are a variety of places that people can receive some assistance in doing that. But more than anything, we need to honor these types of positions and not look at them as the first places to cut services within the county, because people feeling like they are making a contribution, which they are, to our society and to vulnerable people across Kane County and the places they live is just as important as being able to pay off your student loans that it took for you to be able to take that position in the first place. So thank you very much for the way that you have thoughtfully considered the needs of the citizens of Kane County, and hope that you will vote yay on the consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. All righty. The next speaker is Chuck Haskin.
Good morning. My name is Chuck Haskin. I'm here to speak about Special Use Petition 4616, which you may likely be hearing about later today during executive session. As you may recall.
Chuck, do you
Yes.
want to wait? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do you want to wait until that's brought up?
I don't believe it's going to be brought up in a public forum.
Okay, okay, fine, then
gonna be an
go
executive
ahead.
session.
Go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, as you may recall, this petition is the Alexander Solar Facility, which was voted down twice by the county board in February and April of this year, respectively. I'm a resident of Maple Park, and my property borders the proposed site for the solar facility in question. We understand that the solar company behind the failed petition, Kane Solar 02 LLC / Horizon Solar, has sued Kane County. We were made aware late Friday through our attorney that a proposed settlement was offered to the county's attorney. However, after review, the settlement does not address the concerns that myself and other neighbors have been speaking about for over a year now. Although there was a change in the setback for the solar panels, it was only done for a few of the neighbors, but not all. In addition, the setback does nothing to mitigate the visibility of this facility due to the hill on which the site is located. In regards to the quote, increased screening offered by the settlement, it is actually less dense than what was proposed when the petition was voted down by the county board in the second time. In addition, the offer of monetary compensation for additional screening on the neighboring properties has been retracted. Finally, contrary to what they would have you believe, the access issue as it pertains to the easement is not resolved and our lawsuit against the landowner continues. In conclusion, the court issues with this site not meeting the findings of fact still remain. If the county accepts this settlement, it sends a message to the world that if you don't get your way, all you have to do is sue the county and it will be reversed. I, as well as my neighbors who could not attend today, are opposed to the settlement, and we respectfully ask the county board to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Brian Anderson. Mr. Anderson?
Good morning, Brian Anderson, Sugar Grove, Illinois. Speaking today on 24-379. I've listened to many speakers over the last months. People call it a budget crisis. I don't think it is. We have a spending crisis. We have a discipline crisis. We have a self-control crisis as far as being fiscally responsible. The last executive meeting on November 7th, I was staggered out of my seat at the 1 hour and 42-minute mark when Madam Chair communicated it's time to start working together and listening to one another. She was elected in 2020. That message should have started then, on that day, being fiscally responsible. I came across in the Aurora Buzz posted November 9th, Kane County officials have also noted that the federal pandemic relief funds helped prop the budget from 2020 to 2022. So let me just stop you right there. Good leadership should have tackled this 4 years ago, ladies and gentlemen. The reason that you're struggling with this spending crisis is it's not been addressed, and it needs to be addressed. Every county in the United States got pandemic funds, but not every county is in the same situation as Kane County. More money and more revenue doesn't mean success. Just because you have grain in the grain bin does not mean it should be spent. So I know that today you're wrestling with whatever we want to call it, the CPR, the property tax, the levy. Okay. Then on the April referendum, we've got that coming up. Most people in Kane County are going to feel like that's kind of a double shot. These issues, quite frankly, for each and every board member that's been on the board for 4 years or longer, and I'm not mentioning names, you know who you are. This issue should have been resolved by both sides. I'm not going to blame the Democrats. I'm not going to blame this person. Collectively as a body, as individuals, this should have been addressed. And so with a new board coming in, I'm hoping there's going to be, for the first time, some good fiscal responsibility, because I'm going to tell you right now, go ahead and pass the levy. If the referendum fails, and each and every one of you know this to be true, you're going to actually, for the first time, have to wrestle with a budget that is out of control. And it should have started in 2020. Thank you.
Jim Whittington.
Thank you, Brother Brian. I bought my first house in '79 here, so I've been paying taxes for 45 years. And I've seen them go up steadily. I think what we found out, I haven't been here in a while, but I have talked several times in the past. And I think the first time I said, look at the crowd, we aren't going away. And even after this election, we are not going away. I think what we found out, we hear the term deep state. We've got a deep county here. Okay. And of course, I'd like to take the lead from our brilliant number 47. If you want to look for ways to cut things, and I certainly don't want to cut out sex abuse, and mental health and all that. But why not, for every new program or regulation to pass, let's cut 2. That's the way to start. Okay. And, Elon Musk is going to cut $2 trillion out of the federal budget. What is that going to mean? No more grants to counties and states and NGOs. And if you think that Illinois and Kane County, the bluest of the blue, is not going to be cut, it's going to be cut. So you can just erase that line item from your revenue side. It's not going to be there. okay? One of the things you did, Madam Chair, was the very first thing you did is you passed a resolution that you can only hire union contractors. Why don't you repeal that and let private contractors get on jobs too and bring a little bit more efficiency back and competitiveness back into this county? Okay? So, and if you guys can't do it, why don't we get a citizen commission to sit with you? We'll go through the budget line by line and we'll show you. If you can't find it, we'll find it for you. Thank you very much.
Mark Adaman, are you here?
Yes, I am.
You're
Mark
online?
Adamian,
Adaman.
MPA,
Thank you.
Helburn, Illinois. I want to start off by addressing a couple things. I wanted to talk about the signing in Kane County, whether you guys understand that when people are putting out those gaming slot signs on the road, that's an urban blight on the area. Rich areas don't put those signs out to drive down the prices of their homes. It is something that you guys need to address. They shouldn't be up. You don't have Marlboro signs up, cigarette signs up. Why? It's because it's an urban blight. I keep hearing misinformation on these calls, which really concerns me. You have to understand public administrative budgeting. It is based on incrementalism. It's based off of use it or lose it budgeting. I get that everybody wants a cut in their taxes, but you have increases annually and you have a use it or lose it budget. So you would actually have to look at this from both sides. It's both parties. It's not just Democrat, Republican, it's both sides. Also, I'm not entirely sure why we pontificate at the beginning of these calls with a sermon. There's supposed to be a separation of church and state, but I feel underdressed for this call because we pontificate at the beginning of this call for one religion versus another religion. I'm entirely sure that I'm going to report it to the Attorney General of the state of Illinois. I don't think you can be doing that. Separation of church and state. So as long as this is transcribed and recorded, I'm okay with it because they're going to need to take a look at this because this is totally inappropriate. Again, if you're complaining about your tax dollars going up in this area, schools take the majority of your tax dollars. That's what drives up your home prices. That is the draw to the area. So if you don't believe in your school systems and you want to continually put out misinformation about board members or whatnot, I appreciate the people doing their specific jobs for child pornography. Absolutely, definitely warranted. That's an add-on cost to this county. So I'm not sure how people aren't seeing that we need additional services, and that's why the budget for unforeseen reasons will go up. At best, it would stay stagnant, but that will never happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Stuart Peterson?
Yeah.
You're going to be speaking
Pardon me?
regarding the petitions, or are you ready to speak now?
It's not, it's something that's on your executive committee, so it's not on the agenda. It's an open comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the county board. You probably all recognize me from being here before on other zoning petitions involving solar farms. Came to my attention by a phone call at 3:02 on Friday that there's been proposed settlement plan on petition 4616, which is the subject of a lawsuit in Kane County brought by Kane Solar/Horizon. Significant change in those plans were made. I've changed what I thought I was going to talk about today. We're talking a lot about this budget, and they're intertwined. Mr. Frank from the State's Attorney's Office, Mr. O'Brien from the State's Attorney's Office, Mr. Coyle in the Civil Division has their hands full. At one point in time, it was proposed by Kane Solar that they had another location 2 miles away where there were really no residents. They'd like to try to get that approved. They didn't condition any kind of stay in litigation based on it had to be approved. They'd like it to be considered. Go through the process that it needs to go through. Our State's Attorney's Office, I respectfully disagree with their opinion as to some contract zoning language. But exactly now the proposal they're going to try to indicate to you is that they could have kicked this can down the road. That's something we always want to do, and concentrate their man hours, because we only have so many state's attorneys. And let's see if this other petition, this other designated site, which has already been designated, identified. If they go through the process, gets that approved, they're going to abandon this project. But no, we're going to push forward, litigate, take time, courts, and expenses. That all comes out of the county budget. Let's let the state's attorney concentrate on the cases they need to concentrate on, because this may all be moot in a few months. So I ask you to take that in consideration, but also the timing of this. It's not the county, it's Kane Solar. The proposed plan that you're going to hear about is dated October 4th, 2024. They get it to the state's attorney on November 8th, the day before a 3-day weekend, in which they expect some people to respond. This is important to my client who has adjacent property and is an affected property. As we go down this road, there'll probably be more parties involved, intervening in this case, driving up cost for everyone involved, my clients and the county. But it should take into consideration, is this option open to let's see the cards play out for this other location that would make this location mute. But I guarantee you, and I don't like doing that, is where they say Horizon, they stood in front of this at the second vote. If you don't vote our way, we're suing you. Well, I guarantee you, people aren't going to back down off of this one and where it's going unless they get this other site, at least have the opportunity to have that site. You don't need to guarantee it, but give them the opportunity for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Tate Lundgren.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Tate Lundgren. I'm a resident of Elburn, and I'm an attorney. I represent the adjoining landowners on what was petition 4616. As Mr. Peterson said, we received a proposed settlement from the state's attorney's office at 3:30 in the afternoon, the Friday before a federal holiday, with a request that we notify them of any objections that our clients had. One of my clients has already spoken and another one is going to, so I won't reiterate everything they're going to say. But the bottom line here is this is a matter that has proceeded through this board twice. It's gone through the zoning committee or the development committee twice. It's gone through this board twice, and it's been voted down twice for good reason. Now the proposal is we're just going to make a deal in court and revive this thing. Aside from my client's specific objections, that seems backward to me to how things should happen in a democratic system. There are all kinds of formalities and open meeting requirements and public hearing requirements which have been observed. And to say that that's just all going to go away and we're going to revive this thing seems insane to me. As one of my clients alluded to, there have been changes made. So this, in my opinion, is now a new proposal, which would need to be evaluated anew by this board. We are asking this board to stand by the decisions it's made previously. I try to settle lawsuits every day. I like to settle lawsuits because I don't like to go to court and fight with people if I don't have to. But at a certain point, there are occasions when you can't settle lawsuits because there are disagreements that can't be resolved. And I would suggest to you that this is one of those situations. And as Mr. Peterson alluded to, I will caution you that, disposing of one lawsuit may bring one or several more lawsuits that have to be dealt with. In closing, I just want to highlight for the board the reality of this situation, which is if this petition is revived and approved, there will be no fewer than 3 commercial solar facilities within a half mile of these people's homes. We can debate whether or not, or what the wisdom is of our energy policy. I will tell you that I think that there is a place and a need for renewable energy, but you need to spread that pain out a little bit. And locating all of these things in the same areas of Kane County with some of the most productive farmland in the world being taken off the books is not the way to do that. So we're asking you to stand by the decision you've previously made twice before and to reject the settlement proposal made by Kane 2 Solar in this matter. Thank you.
Jeannie Merrick, you're our last speaker.
I had made a request to have a sheet up on the screen. Could we do that?
I spoke with you about before. You said you had a handout. We'd
Yes.
appreciate the handout, please.
Thank you.
All right, you may begin.
Thank you. Okay, most of you have seen this before. This is what we've been talking about for the last few months, the Kane County spending crisis. And on here, numbers don't lie, as we've talked about before. The numbers are the numbers.
Excuse me, please, go ahead.
In 2021, it was $78 million. And what I put in here is the spending for each year, and then the inflation for each year in the center column, and what the budget should be with inflation. Inflation, reasonable numbers there. This is what they truly were. And this is what most county boards in the country do, is they would just base their board on what the spending was and using the expected inflation. So for 2022, it was, the budget should be 84 million. It was 85 million. That wasn't so bad. 2023, the budget should have been, with the inflation of 3.2, 89 million. Went up to 109 million. 2024, the budget should have been 92 million with the 3% inflation. It went to 124 million. 2025, with the inflation, the budget should be, for the projected 2025 budget, $95 million, but it is projected at 138 million. So this is so beyond what would just be like, give some grace to. No, these numbers, there's a problem. There is, like what was said before, it's a spending crisis. It's no accountability. After I read the hundreds of pages of the Finance and Budget Committee agenda from the meeting of November 7th, it's become even clearer that there has been no checks and balances by the board on Madam Chair's either knowingly or intentionally out of control spending. A prudent board member would have taken the windfall from heaven, the 93 million COVID dollars and the 103 million ARPA dollars, and said, let's prepare for a rainy day, a recession, or declining population when less taxes are coming in. Okay, hire some people during that time, temporary employees. But once the money is gone, you won't be able to pay their salaries. The largest expense is salaries and benefits. Went from 46 million in salaries and benefits to the now increased 70 million. Yes, these people are employed, but they should have never been promised full-time, non-temporary jobs. They
Thank
should
you.
have been temporary.
Ms. Meyer, thank you very much.
Elon Musk got rid of,
It's 3 minutes. Yes, ma'am.
Elon Musk got rid of 90% of his employees and operates.
Excuse me, your time is up, ma'am. Thank you. That does conclude our public comment. Yeah. Donna.
Thank you.
Okay, very good, Donna.
I've got.
Thank you. And Donna, you are our last speaker. We are ready to go, please. No. That is not the case. That is not the case. All right, you ready?
Madam Chairman and honored board members, my name is Donna Riggs. I reside on Meredith Road where my late husband was the first landowner from the subdivided Meredith farm. I'm here to talk about petition 4616, which was voted down twice by the county board. I am opposed to the proposal that was given to the state's attorney by Horizon Solar to resolve this lawsuit against the county. We were told that the state's attorney may be sharing this with you during the executive session today. I am here to tell you that the changes to the petition offered are overall less than what was offered in the petition that was voted down twice by this board. The many facts that made this site unsuitable for a solar facility remain. Many neighbors without bordering property all oppose the suggested proposal for this solar farm. The township of Caneville also opposes it. Horizon sued the county under a state law that has not even been adjudicated or even interpreted at this point. There is still an issue with access. Litigation will continue for the easement that the Griesinger family, my family, is entitled to under state law. Please, I beg you, please don't be swayed by this proposal settlement that is even less than what you previously have twice rejected. Your vote and your logic was solid. The proposed settlement is just simply unacceptable. Your logic and your vote of no was solid. I thank you for your time and thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you so much for coming. And that concludes our public comment. As always, we do like hearing from you. So now we move on to more of a celebratory part of our agenda today. We have a number of items that we're going to be celebrating. And first of all, I'd like to thank Julie Mann for bringing this to my attention. I think it's one of our mutual favorite stores in Kane County. It certainly is a store that when I first moved here 20 some odd years ago, neighbors told me you have got to go to. It is a place that once you go, you'll always return. And for those people who have not, board members who have not had the opportunity to go to Reams Meat Market, it's a destination. You will bring pockets full of bags to take treats back home with you. And once you do it and you spread it out with family and friends, they will go, oh, where'd you get this from? So with that, I'd like to bring up the proclamation celebrating the 70th anniversary of a family-owned company Reams Meat Market in Elburn. Where's my prop?
All right. My voice ain't the best because my sinuses are real bad. Okay, this is a proclamation celebrating the 70th anniversary of Rims Meat Market in Elburn. Whereas Rims Meat Market, a family-owned business based in Elburn, Illinois, is celebrating its 70th anniversary, a significant milestone that reflects legacy in quality meats and exceptional services. And whereas originally established as the Elburn Market in 1904 by Fred Swartz, the building has proudly served as a butcher's shop for an impressive 120 years, laying the foundation for Rim's enduring success. And whereas on September 30th, 1954, Bob Rim purchased the Elburn Market, making the beginning of the Rim family stewardship and commitment to providing the community with high quality meats. And whereas under Bob and Phyllis Rim's leadership, today under their leadership of their son, Randy, and his son, Joel and Stu, Rim Meat Market has grown from a small shop with an 8-foot retail meat case into a thriving market with an extensive product line, employing approximately 80 staff members and serving a customer base nearing 1 million. And whereas Rim's Meat Market has established a reputation for its commitment to quality and innovation while honoring family traditions and craftsmanship, making it a cornerstone for the community and a leadership in the meat processing industry. Whereas Rim continues to support other local businesses by offering a wide range of local products from across the region, and whereas the Kane County Board recognized the importance of family-owned businesses like Rim's Meat Market in contributing in the local economic and enhancing community spirit. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Kane County Board hereby honor Rim's Meat Market on the occasion of its 70th anniversary, commending the Rim family for their dedication to quality service over the decades and wishing them continued success in the years to come.
Very good, thank you. Could Randy and Joel and Stuart come up?
One of the family.
Gentlemen, you're not going to get off that easy. Could you come up to the microphone and tell us a little bit about your business and what your plans are for the future? It's the mic right up there. Yeah, there's your phone.
Make them talk. There you go. What do you guys want to know?
This is samples.
I don't know. Let's see, I'm 35 now. Been working at the store since I was in high school and went to college and came back and decided to help out the family. And it's a really good choice and really proud of the work that we do and all of our employees and what we do. And thanks for supporting us.
Okay.
We got anything else?
All right. Yes. Judge Williams.
Next. Didn't prepare a speech. So.
Rick Williams here. Back in 1994, I was a young lawyer and my office was with Bob Britz right next door to Reams. And I went there just about every day for lunch and brought brats home. And then we moved our office and they expanded into our old office. And then they moved down the street south of Alice's place. And it's been an honor to see Reams grow. And thank you for all you do for our community.
Oh, true. It not only are you an incredible producer of fine meats and other products, you're also very philanthropic. And your generosity to the community is well known and very well respected, as is the tradition of small businesses. So please, if there's anything we can ever do here to support you, do come forward. Because we do want to hear what your needs are as well, because what your needs are going to represent the needs of many other small businesses. Mr. Surges.
Chair Surges, growing up in St. Charles, just west in Lake Charlotte, you guys aren't old enough to understand, but it was a rite of passage when your mother asked you to take the car and drive out and get meat. So you knew you made it. Because now in today's society, driving to Elburn is like, what do you mean?
It's not that far.
But when you're 16, that was a huge trust factor for your parents to say, run out on Saturday morning. So thank you for all you do, sir.
Here we go.
Well done.
Yeah. Thank you. And we're not taking orders for fresh turkeys, but we have plenty in stock coming in the week before Thanksgiving. So check their Facebook page for more information.
Always be closing.
I had turkey, get some bratwurst on the side.
Stuff it with, I don't know.
Not turkey bratwurst?
Never suggest such thing. Of course, I wouldn't really ask for any turkey bratwurst ever either, so. It's like. Yeah.
No, I didn't.
All right, so as a follow-up to that, we have a celebration of Small Business Saturday and Giving Tuesday, and I'd like Ms. Lewis to be able to read that, please.
Absolutely. Randy doesn't remember this, but him and I went to school together. So this proclamation is recognizing Small Business Saturday and Giving Tuesday, Kane County. Whereas Small Business Saturday, launched as an annual celebration on the Saturday after Thanksgiving, highlights the important role small businesses play in Kane County's economy. And whereas small business owners are the heart of downtowns in many cities and villages, creating unique destinations for dining and shopping that foster local pride and attract both residents and visitors. And whereas small businesses employ 46.8% of the employees in the private sector in the United States. And whereas Small Business Saturday encourages everybody to shop locally, celebrating the contributions of small business owners and their employees in strengthening our sense of community and driving growth. And whereas Giving Tuesday, established as a national day of giving on the Tuesday following Thanksgiving, inspires philanthropy, volunteerism, and community service as citizens come together to support causes that matter to them. And whereas Kane County encourages participation in Giving Tuesday by inviting citizens to give back in personally meaningful ways, helping to build a strong, more compassionate community. And whereas Giving Tuesday serves as a reminder of the power of collective generosity, urging individuals to support charitable causes that improve the lives of others and contribute to the well-being of our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved, members of the Kane County Board encourage residents to take part in Small Business Saturday and participate in Giving Tuesday to help create a thriving, caring, and prosperous future for all.
Very good. Thank you, Anita. Thank you. And Ms. Lewis, I think we should make a copy of that and we'll send out the same copy to a variety of different chambers within Kane
Yes.
County.
I think
so
that's a
they have the
wonderful idea.
recognition.
Yes.
Yes, so we need to take a vote, please, on both of the proclamations. So may I have a motion to accept the proclamation on the 70th anniversary of Reims and the proclamation recognizing Small Business Saturday and Giving Tuesday?
I'll second Williams.
Williams moves.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. And the meat gatherer, little second. He's smiling like he's 16.
It's a huge deal, man.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen.
Aye.
Bates.
Yes.
Berman.
Herman, yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
Davis.
That was yes.
Ford. Gums.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal. Juby.
Juby, aye.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Caius.
Caius, yes.
Leonard.
Leonard, yes.
Lewis.
Lewis, yes.
Linder.
Yes.
Molina.
Lena, yes.
Roth.
Roth, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Strathman.
Strathman, yes.
Sturgis. Tarver.
Carver, yes.
Tepe. Williams.
Williams, yes.
Young.
Okay,
Yes,
very
you
good. Oh, well done. Well done. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
So, the proclamation I just read, I just wanted to reiterate how much, how important these small businesses are to our community and, the importance of going there on that Saturday and every other one too. Unique gift opportunities and, especially this year, they really need our help. And same thing, Giving Tuesday, we all have our favorite charities. So don't spend all the money on frivolous gifts on Friday. Save a little and give it on Tuesday. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Good advice.
Did
Good
you need a
advice.
motion on that one?
On that one?
Just a second, okay?
Or a second, our family business, well, not in the retail world, family owned and operated since 1947 here in Illinois. So I fully support the recognition of small business here in Illinois and in the country. It's the backbone of, of our economy, really. Provides more jobs than the Fortune 500, in case anybody's keeping track.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I would also like to reiterate the comments that were made, how small business is the backbone of our community. As a small business owner and as a daughter of people who decided to go into business late in life and made it work, and very much an entrepreneurial family, I'd like to commend everyone who started a small business, and I'd like to keep us moving forward. Thank you.
It's tough. It's tough. There's a lot of late nights when you have a small business, lots of late nights. Okay, I said there's a lot of late nights when you have a small business and you're managing it, a lot of late nights. So next, and we did do the recognition for both, the proclamation for both. So next, I'd like to recognize a member of our emergency management OEM office. Scott, could you please bring up Richard Croman?
Good morning. As you know, Rich Croman has been a volunteer with our agency for 14 years, primarily on our response team, but also heads up our first aid and safety programs. In late September, he was called in his role as a FEMA reservist to respond to the southeastern United States after the first hurricane and then second one hit, and was down there for a little over a month. So he's here today to give you a short summary of what that was like.
Okay,
And from our end, we're learning from him in what he experienced, and we're taking some of those things into account as we plan for the future. I don't think anybody can plan for what happened down there, but we're working on that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. Nice to finally officially meet all of you. My name is Richard. I'm with OEM, 14 years in. Recently, I was deployed down to Asheville, North Carolina, with FEMA to provide medical expertise and emergency management skills that I've learned here back at home. And I brought that down to the ground zero forefront to provide these services to the people who really desperately needed it. So during my 30 days down there or so, provided 911 services, logistics, medical operations, and shelter operations. And I know shelter operations was a big home run for me to learn, to bring that back home here to Kane County for us to be more prepared for disasters that come here. Other than that, I was glad to bring my EMS expertise and training from home and take it down there and learn things and then bring it back.
How long were you there for?
1 month.
1 month. Wow. Thank you. Thank you for a great deal for taking the time out of your personal life to serve. Yeah, very
It was
nice.
absolutely wonderful.
Very nice. Does anybody have any questions for Richard? I think we commend you and thank you. Here, that is one of our volunteers.
Madam Chair Gums. Madam Chair Gums.
Yes, Ms. Gums.
Just want to identify, thank you to the OEM team, and all those volunteers, and just remember that somebody has to be in charge of scheduling all those OEM folks, and there's so many hours, and Scott's asked for that position to be filled. I will keep reiterating that. It's a lot of positions there and a lot of time that needs to be managed. So I'll advocate for that continue going forward.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So the election, with the election, we have a passing of several of our board members who have long served Kane County, and we'd like to recognize them. We would be remiss not to do so. And this is bittersweet, I think, for all of us. We appreciate your energy, your passion, your joy of service, your good looks. Yes. Your smiles and wit and your concern for Kane County. And I do hope, and I think for all of us, we would very much like to have that service continued, perhaps in a different, in a different capacity, but not to be a stranger to us because of your knowledge. I don't have. Do we have proclamations for each one? All right, well, we have plaques for you. And so before we present each one, which will, I guess it'd be my honor to do so, but I would like to each one of you speak about a memory of what you have learned and what your best experience has been during that time. Some of you have been here a little bit longer than others, but please take some time to reflect. And only say nice things.
She had you on the pay no mind list, Ryan, that's why.
Picture, Brenda's trying to think of. She did tell me that earlier. Way back. Look at that.
Thank you. Okay, so the mic is yours.
No, you don't want me to do that. I'm gonna yield my time to Mike Kenyon. I'm pretty sure he'd be the longest.
We don't accept that, please.
It's always good to laugh though, and I always try to bring that to the table when I can. I'm just honored that at one day that I've had the opportunity to run for office in a crowd of 24 districts. You know, the strangest thing that happened to me, I have to say that I'm thankful for, and God has really blessed me over my years, is that I actually left and came back. You know, that, and I had a lot of people tell me, it's no way world you're gonna get back on the board. And I said, watch what happens. And not because I got a big ego, because I really don't, but it's just that I believe in what opportunity is. And I believe that if we take a look at across our county and really focus on opportunity that our young people can have, you're looking at a young man who grew up in a low-income area out of a single mom who, I'm not ashamed to say it, had several nervous breakdowns as she went on. So when you talk about mental health, I know what that is all about. I've had to take my mom to the hospital myself. In April, she's still here. She'll be 90 years old. I apologize. No, I don't apologize for this morning, but last night she got rushed to the hospital. So immediately I had to talk to her this morning. So that's the reason why I wasn't here this morning. But I'm just glad for the opportunity. And we have to really look at having a diverse opportunity in the future and realize no matter where people come from, how they can play a part in society. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I don't know. I can't talk. I can't read it backwards through the glass from here. No, it looks like it's me. Oh, all right. All right. Try not to. Well, this one's gonna be replaced in 9 days. So that's how that one is. All right. Like, I have the big teardrop right here. So I got that covered. Ew. Ah. Oh, boy. So the farmer gets to go last.
Yeah.
That could be dangerous. Yeah. Trying to pick a single moment out of 20 years. I did not prepare for that. What a wonderful accident, I guess this was, because I did not have the county board on my radar at all when it first came to me. A friend of mine who I'd known for many years, he and his family, Paul Graviscus, was already serving on the county board and called me because Karen McConaughey, the representative from our district, had decided to run for the chairman's spot. All of this is news to me at the time. You know, I thought Paul was calling it, talking about fishing or going to Wisconsin or bowling league or something. And he said, well, there's an open spot and it's where you live. And, some of us talked about it and we thought you'd be really good for it. Well, this is very flattering news. And, came to find out that, Paul's from the opposite side of the aisle even. And I mentioned this to my wife and she said, well, every time you read the paper, because 20 years ago, we still read the paper. She said, you're always harumphing and scratching your head and grumbling about things people are doing. So well, go ahead, go do it. Maybe you can put your 2 cents in and, maybe somebody will listen. All right. So I did. Here we are 20 years later. Every time it came up, I just asked myself, because I didn't have a plan when I started for how long I was going to do it or, stay around. And I'd ask, do I still enjoy doing it? Is there still work to be done? And do you think you can contribute to that? As long as those answers were yes, kept doing it. If it had prevailed this last time, I had already promised that was going to be the last. I'd hoped to plan my exit as opposed to being shown the door this way, but we don't always get to pick. So that's how it all started, and here's how it's going to end. I don't remember. I don't think it was 7, not that many. So, yeah, maybe. Guess we shook things up. Huh?
Not remember much, are we?
Yeah, no, we started at the same time, and he's asking me how many of us started in that year. I'm like, really? I'm supposed to remember? At least 2 of us.
Oh, my best side. Thanks. Yes. Well, I was just trying to ask Mark. I think there were 7 of us, brand new.
Yeah.
And we didn't know anything. I didn't know you even got paid. I mean, how dumb is that?
I didn't either.
We got paid, and then we were the last group that could get on the pension. And that made me pretty excited. A farmer gets a pension, so it's fill out this.
That was all news to me.
Yeah, and we had a little program to kind of tell us what everything was. I knew what the Forest Reserve was because I knew Forest Reserve people, but in the county board, we missed the real fight when they closed all the landfills. That was shut off the money. My neighbors all hated the landfills. They said 85 trucks a day go by every day. I said, I don't have time to stand out there and count them, but we made a lot of money off that. And as you stay here, you realize how much good the county does. We have a #1 judiciary system. We have the greatest police force. As a rural guy, I remember calling up and saying, somebody's shooting a gun on our property. Well, with 4 sheriffs there, they escorted the guy off. And I took the program when Pat Perez offered it for the, what do you call that? Like a cadet. And it was beneficial. When people start talking about misspending money, I don't think we waste a lot of money. I think that all these people that we add are for a reason in the court system. Just look at we are at the top of the list.
You know why the response time was good? Because the roads are good.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Have good roads, and the development is so important, but it's just been a really wonderful experience. I had lied to my wife. I said, it won't take any time at all. Just a couple days a month, and that's it. Of course, I really didn't know anything. Well, I still don't, but she says to me now, how many meetings do you have today? Then I have to remember. Now she's learned to go online so she can check out what I'm doing. I go to a lot of things, and my famous quote is it better to sit and be quiet and people think you're stupid, or open your mouth and confirm what they're doing? And that's from Abraham Lincoln. So a lot of times I just sit there and quietly listen to what's going on. And it's been a real pleasure with you, the diverse personalities. Yeah, here and then Cliff searches the entertainment here in the meeting. Madam Chairman, help me understand this. Is that it? Right. It adds to the flavor of this group. You read about the other counties. We have the best county. We do a lot of good things, and I'm proud of being part of your team. And I'm going to come back and start criticizing you. No, I
Get through
maybe we'll come back as a team, but it's been good. And
if we sign up together to speak, do we get 6 minutes?
6 minutes.
No.
No. Anyway, my whole life, I've been lucky to meet top flight people, throughout my life on the farm, serving in the military, and then coming here. I'm one lucky guy. So thank you for the memories.
Thank you.
Rod Ford.
All right. All right, I think
Madam Chair,
a lot of tears.
may I
in
say
our eyes.
words? Thank you.
My wife will have to clean it.
Both of you.
As an outgoing member myself, I just want to tell you it's a very bittersweet moment. I've enjoyed serving in this capacity with each and every one of you. I think we've done some wonderful things, and I think we've really done our best to remain responsive to constituents. And I entered this board 14 years ago, a young lady, single mom. And I think a lot of my memories are not good ones because there was a lot going on in my life. And my kids probably were the ones that sacrificed the most. But now they get to see that things are possible. Other kids get to see that things are possible. I don't think I've been underestimated all my life. And I don't think that many people thought that I would be able to sit here amongst you. But I have to tell you, it's been the greatest pleasure of my life. It's been the greatest honor to our staff. I keep telling each and every one of you, this wouldn't be possible without you. You give us the face of the actual work that's being done. And to my fellow board members, thank you for your respect. Thank you for your love. Thank you for your friendship. I won't let you down. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dr. Silva, there's a saying that I like to use. If one door closes, another door opens. In your case, doors just opened. There was no door closing. So your work on with the Kane County Board and for Kane County is simply continued, but just differently. So that's why you did not get a plaque, because your work is just starting, lady.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And the opportunity to speak, Madam Chair, is plenty. And it's a bittersweet moment, as you can imagine.
Oh,
But
yes.
but we're ready. Thank you.
Because you received an awful lot of support from an awful lot of people. So-
Absolutely, both sides.
All right. So, oh, yeah, do we have, yes, Ms. Gums, of course.
I know everybody wants to say something. I'm going to take 2 seconds, and I just want to thank everybody who's outgoing. Don't think that I'm not going to call you and drop an F-bomb or 15 and ask for advice, Mr. Davis, Mr. Kenyon, and Mr. Ford.
Ask for advice, my dear.
And I'm going to have to go out, Mr. Kenyon,
Didn't say she
today
listens.
and buy a pair of shoes, specifically name them the Kenyon shoes, just for you. And I just want to thank everybody literally coming into this. Mark, you kind of said it. We work well together across the aisle. We may disagree on all kinds of stuff, but I've learned, and I'm proud to call you friends. And I hope going forward that we can remember that, because it's so important for us to do that here. And I love you all. Thank you.
We ready to begin the work of the board? All righty. Now, before we begin the consent agenda for our own timing, I'd like to ask, is there anybody on this board who has an appointment later on today? So we know you do. And what time will you have to leave?
I've got a Teams meeting at 2, so just slightly before that, I can just be in my truck.
Okay, so 2 o'clock. So you're going to be leaving here about quarter to
1:50.
Okay, very good. 2 o'clock?
I have a doctor's appointment. I'll be leaving here at 2:30.
2:30?
I'm out at 2:30.
Back here.
No, we're not going to, we're not going to continue the meeting. So we have a timeline. All right, so we have to possibly get everything done by around 1:30. So we have 2 hours. Ready to rock and roll?
Let's move it.
Okay, all right,
I
let's
don't
go.
make a doctor. Here.
All right. Would anyone like to remove an item from the consent agenda? Mr. Surges, your hand is up. Or
I'm sorry, 24,485 and 24,486 for discussion purposes only.
eight five and 8-6.
Madam Chair Sanchez.
Hold on, Mr. Sanchez. Give me a minute.
Oh, sorry.
please. Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you. 24-442 and 447. There are some slight text amendments that need to be made to these two.
47?
Yeah, 442 and 447.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Williams.
I'd like to remove 24-443. I need to recuse myself from any vote on that topic.
All righty.
Sanchez number 42.
Is there anybody else on my right? Anybody? Ms. Gums?
Just for no purposes, 444, 448.
Oh. You know, I've never asked to take one off.
I don't see anybody else. Yes.
Chair, just, I guess I'm making just a point of clarification. Do all the tax levies need to be voted on separately, therefore removed from the consent agenda?
Yep.
We have in the past. I think he's checking now.
I believe you may be right. That would be the case because it is a tax levy. So we would have to recuse, or not recuse, everything in finance regarding tax levy is a separate vote. So we're not going to. So that would be, we're removing items number 463 through
42.
482. Okay. All right, thank you for that. Ms. Molina. All right, everybody else, we're good? All right, may I please have a motion and a second?
Gums will move.
Your second.
Yes, well, let me remove, because I have to formally
Oh,
remove
yeah.
the items, please. The consent agenda, except for item number 24-442, 24-443, 24-444, 24-447, 24-448, 24-485, 24-486, no? Yes? Was that, who said that? Who wanted that?
Burgess.
Surges? Thank you, ma'am. And items number, let me go back to finance. There's finance. And items number through finance, 24-463 through to 482. Okay, who had the second on that?
It was Gums and Linder.
And Mr. Linder, all righty. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Aye.
Bates. Berman,
Herman, yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
UBI.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Rathman,
Bethman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Carver,
Tarver, yes.
Steffi, Williams,
Yes.
and Young.
Yes.
That passes.
Okay, very good. All right, may I please have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 24-442?
Gums will
Sanchez
move.
moves.
Gums
Thank
will
you.
second.
Seconds, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one, we are just amending the title and one of the clauses, or some information in clause, just to reflect that this project, we're de-obligating funds and re-obligating them. And where we're re-obligating them to is now the Sheriff's Office HVAC system renovations project. Ms. Von Stock emailed everyone the text amendments earlier this morning. So yeah, that's all it is. It's just, so we're replacing, sorry, I have to look at the original title real quick. My scroll bar went crazy. Instead of sending the re-obligation to the exterior envelope pipe chase improvement, it's now the Sheriff's Office HVAC system renovations project.
Any questions on this? Seeing none. Clerk.
Do you have
Oh,
a
yes,
question?
Ms. Gums, you have a question?
Apologize. Jared, that's keeping Elgin in there, right?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you.
Mr. Sanchez, that's keeping Elgin in there, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other comments, questions? Not, clerk, call the roll.
Ellen, Bates, Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, Gums,
Gums, no.
Iqbal, Juby,
Aye.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis, Yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Sturgis, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe, Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Yes.
That passes. One nay.
One no. All right. May I have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 24-443? Thank you, Mr.
Sanchez
Tarver.
move. Oh, Tarver.
And Mr.
Sanchez seconds.
Seconds, thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Aye.
Bates, Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal, Juby.
Juby, no.
Sorry, yes, I'm so sorry.
Okay. Juby is aye. Okay. Kenyon. Caius,
Yes, yes.
Leonard,
Yes.
Lewis,
Was yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva, Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Sturgis, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe. Mr. Tepe, can you speak more into that? Thank you. Williams? He refrained, okay, I'm sorry. That's right. Young,
Yes.
that passes.
Okay, Mr. Williams, welcome back. May I please have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 24-444?
Sanchez moves.
Thank you, Ms. Gomes. Sanchez seconds. Discussion. Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Aye.
Bates, Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Yeah.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, Gums,
Gums, no.
Iqbal, Juby,
Juby, aye.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Correct.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I didn't hear your name.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Was yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Thank you. Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Sturgis, yes.
Tarver,
Yes.
Tepe, Williams,
Yes.
Young,
Yes.
passes.
May I have a motion, a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 24-447?
Sanchez moves.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Ms. Bates. Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is similar process as the previous resolution I pulled. We're just switching out the title and some of the body text to reflect that instead of going to the pipe chase program project, we are actually sending all of these funds, reobligating the funds to the Sheriff's Office HVAC system renovations project.
Any questions on this with changing it to HVAC instead of pipe chase? Okay, all right, very good. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen, Bates, Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
I'm sorry, we're on 447.
correct.
On 447.
Right. The first time the language was actually correct as it was presented, but this time it actually still says pipe chase.
Yeah, he said that he wanted it amended to change it to air conditioning.
Sheriff's air conditioning.
It's the improvements that were going to be applied for
in the pipe
chase that are now going to the.
Microphone, please.
Right, I'm just saying, isn't the first round amending this language necessary before we vote on a resolution?
Sanchez here. Yes, because as it stands, both of the resolutions were re-obligating funds to the exterior envelope pipe chase improvement project. And we're just asking that we switch that out, both of them, to the Sheriff's Office HVAC system renovations project.
So you're asking technically, to my understanding, to amend this
I
resolution.
don't have a problem with any of that. I'm just saying this one still says that it's going to the envelope pipe
As,
chase.
so how about if we, Mr. Sanchez, why don't we just say as amended? Approve as amended.
Yeah, I guess I'm not seeing what Mr. Davis is seeing. I'm looking at the agenda digitally and it still shows the pipe chase program and then the ones that Mrs. Fonstock sent this morning have the sheriff's office system renovations, HVAC
That's fine.
system renovations. So,
That's
It's in
fine.
the email.
As amended to HVAC.
yeah.
Shepro.
Mr. Shepro, hello.
Hello. Hi, I would suggest a motion, a second, and a voice vote to make sure the amendment version is before the board.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
So moved, Surges.
So moved. Oh, can we do a voice vote on that?
Second,
Uh-huh.
sorry.
Yes.
Yeah,
Linder- Linder seconded it.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, that sounded unanimous to me.
All right, back to 447, Davis, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Board. Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal. B,
Juby,
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Case, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder, Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe, Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
That passes.
May I please have a motion, a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 24-448.
Gums will move.
Thank you.
Sanchez, second.
Ms.
Gums and
Bates, a
Bates.
second. Ms. Gums, this is yours.
No comment.
No comment. Any other discussion on this? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Ellen. Bates. Berman.
Yes.
Doherty.
Oh, yes.
Davis.
Yes.
Ford. Gums.
No.
Iqbal.
Yes.
Juby.
Juby,
Kenyon.
Yes.
Caius.
Case, yes.
Leonard.
Leonard, yes.
Lewis.
Yes.
Linder.
Linder, yes.
Molina.
Molina, yes.
Roth.
Roth, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Strathman.
Yes.
Surges.
Yes.
Tarver.
Carver, yes.
Tepe. Williams.
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
That passes.
Okay, thank you. We're on to 485. May I please have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 24-485, Mr. Surges.
Are you looking for a first and second, or are we past that?
Oh, yes, may I have a motion?
Burgess moves.
Second. Thank you, thank you.
In this particular motion, this is just really brief. We are asking for approval today to approve the insurance contracts. But oh, wait, new and improved. We might have reduced rates that will come available. They will not be in time for this meeting. But we are asking for permission to approve this now. And if those savings, we have one vendor who has now come back and said, but wait, we can beat that. So I think, Jamie, we're talking a $30,000 savings. I just wanted to make the board aware of that. We may be changing carrier A for carrier B on one of the line items, and I just wanted to acknowledge that to the group.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this? If not, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen.
Ellen, aye.
Bates.
Yes.
Berman.
Yes.
Doherty.
Oh, yes.
Davis.
That was yes.
Ford. Gums.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal. Juby.
Juby,
Kenyon.
Yes.
Caius.
Case, yes.
Leonard. Lewis.
Lewis, yes.
Linder. Molina.
Molina, yes.
Roth.
Roth, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Strathman.
Strathman, yes.
Surges.
Surges, yes.
Tarver.
Carver, yes.
Tepe. Williams.
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
That passes.
All right, last one before we go back to finance. May I have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 24-486?
Surges moves.
Thank you, sir.
Leonard, second.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard. Mr.
Madam
Surges?
Chair, at 110% my failure, at the last executive board meeting, I was supposed to bring this up between the Human Services Committee and the Exec Committee. The healthcare landscape continues to change. And somebody had mentioned within our professional group that the stance on MERP may be being looked at differently. I am happy to report that from that meeting to this meeting, that has been resolved and approved by the state's attorney's office. So the concern that we had is moot, and I am prepared to move this forward and vote on this today.
Wonderful.
Jamie,
Excellent.
was that okay? Okay, that's not okay. Jamie, could you come to the stand, please?
Yes, that part is correct. I just wanted to add that the state's attorney did vet the contract with our new provider, which is what this resolution is for. And they had two items that they did want me to mention to the board that are some non-standard terms in that contract. So they did sign off on the vet sheet, but just wanted me to mention. The first being that the contract requires that the county indemnify the contractor. And the reason that is because this medical expense reimbursement plan is an HRA, which is a type of special account under IRS that allows some tax sheltered payments. So it is on the county to determine eligibility. So that's the reason for it. The other non-standard term is payments are to be made monthly instead of net 60. We do make all of our health insurance payments on a monthly basis. So that is standard practice for our department. So I just wanted to make you aware of those two facts. And also to what Mr. Sturgis was saying, there is a change in the MERP plan, which used to include a premium reimbursement for premiums that were above what the county premium was. That is no longer permitted under the IRS rules. So our plan will not be including premium reimbursements. All other aspects of the plan will be the same. And letters are going out to affected employees to let them know. Those affected by it who would like to change to county insurance will have the option to do so.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you.
And we are delighted with the fact that we're able to keep this for our employees. And Jamie and I have discussed this often, and we appreciate the state's attorney's office in helping us vet to do what we think was right, yet within legal limits, and our professionals, which, yeah, really, this was a team effort on something that really was a little bit unclear. And we're happy to move this forward for our people. So thank you.
And just for the, Jamie, just for the case, for the sake of people listening, what could you identify what MERP means?
Yes, MERP is a medical expense reimbursement plan. So employees that opt to not take any county insurance plans can instead opt for a medical expense reimbursement plan if they have coverage through another plan, like a spousal plan. Doing so allows them to get their copays and deductibles reimbursed by the county. We used to reimburse if they were paying a premium that was significantly more than what the county premium was, pay a portion of that premium as well, but that is what's no longer allowed. But all the copays and deductibles are still reimbursable. And thank you very much to the state's attorney's office. When they were doing this legal review, there was between the two meetings a question of whether we could legally continue this plan at all or not. And thankfully, meeting with our group, our brokers, attorneys, we were able to determine that, yes, we can continue it under the same terms without the premium reimbursement.
Thank you for that explanation. Well done. Yes, sir.
Point of information, Berman. Why doesn't that include those that retire under Social Security?
You mean those on Medicare? The IRS does not permit it.
IRS does.
Here, here.
Scenario.
Right on. Something to consider. I think let's get that to the legislative committee. Yeah. Bill, did you hear that? You got it? All righty. Very good.
You couldn't change the IRS's mind, Cliff.
Wait,
all right.
Lucky to get this done, Mark.
Okay, let's take the vote.
Ellen.
Ellen, aye.
Bates.
Bates, yes.
Berman.
Berman, yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
I'm sorry, repeat.
Yes. Yes. Aye.
Thank you. Davis.
Davis, yes.
Ford. Gums.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal. Chuby.
Chuby, aye.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Caius.
Guys, yes.
Leonard.
Leonard, yes.
Lewis.
Yes.
Linder.
Yes.
Molina.
Molina, yes.
Roth.
Roth, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Strathman. Surges.
Burgess, yes, and thank you.
Tarver.
Tarver, yes.
Tepe. William.
Yes.
William.
Yes.
Thank you. Young.
Yes.
That passes.
All righty. And with my excitement and exuberance is finance. All righty.
Finance.
All right. So we have a number of items.
Separately.
Here we go. 463.
We have 20 items to pass. So let's start with 24-463. May I have a motion and a second?
Leonard moves.
Thank you. Second, please.
Bates.
Ms. Bates, thank you. Discussion.
Chair, just,
We have. Yeah.
Go ahead. I understand this version includes what was talked about at exec and adding the full CPI. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
As I said at executive, and everything I heard from everybody talking about the need for it, I agree with all of that. As much as ever, most of them are left now, but you know, we've had a very vocal group who have come in with their property tax bill in one hand and a Bible in the other, but seem to very loosely interpret both of them out of convenience and fail to understand that we are not Illinois. Yeah, the economic situation in Illinois is terrible. We are not Illinois, we're Kane County. I wish that everyone would look at that bill more carefully and understand that we are a tremendous value, that the services provided by the 1,300 plus employees, people, humans that work for the county is exceptional. They talk about cuts, but they never tell you what they think should be cut. And when they refer to cuts, they're talking about people, not just jobs, but human beings that, you know, went to school and got degrees, are working in real jobs, living in homes in their neighborhoods with kids in the same schools as theirs. So if you're going to come in here and talk to us about cuts, be prepared to tell me exactly what you think ought to be cut. Because at the same time, they're also telling us that Kane County is a beautiful place, a wonderful place to live and work and raise your children. And that part's right. And we got there by having a county government that provides all of the things that we do. And if you asked any one of them, they would gladly point out to you that life has gotten so much more expensive. Everything I do costs more. Everything that I have to buy for feeding the kids or clothing the kids or gas in the car or the mortgage payment. Guess what? Those same circumstances apply here. County government is not immune to that, to the cost of living. So you want us to provide all these services and you want us to make sure that we do everything we can to make Kane County the wonderful place it is, but somehow we're to do it with a magic wand that doesn't require any more money. Now, when you figure out how to do that, please come tell me. And tell the rest of you because you'll still be here. Now, that being said, I've also always said that this board and the next board without us, Ron, Monica, the coming together part, the working together part that's been pointed out by you, Madam Chairman, and rightfully so, and by the public, it has to start with talking about the taxes and about CPI, and we have to stop demonizing that. We have to talk about the reality of what it takes to run the organization. And remind everybody at the same time that 4 cents on the dollar is still a heck of a value. You're not the problem. But if we start cutting things, we will make problems. So this effort has to start at the beginning of the budget process. I understand how we got to this moment, and it's after the election, and it's easy to point a finger at that. I'm still going to be a no. And that's for me. That's for my 20 years of trying to defend these budgets and the taxpayers' dollars and do the very best I could to be prudent with how we spend all of it. And I don't like this timing, and I'm not comfortable with jumping on afterwards, after an election, and saying, okay, now we're going to throw this in there. And I know that it's not done for nefarious reasons. It's not anybody trying to be, slick about it or disingenuous. But for me, at my core, I have to remain where I've been for 20 years. So I'm going to be saying no, but I want to make it clear that the message to the world from this day forth has to continue to be, please take a look at this and understand what you're actually looking at and complaining about. Because from the comments that I've been hearing in recent months, they don't. They don't get it, and even when you tell them, they don't seem to acknowledge it. So there you
Thank
go.
you.
That's
Excuse me.
my bit for today. I'm gonna follow that with a series of no's, but you guys do what you need to do. Yeah, I guess I'm done.
All right, Mr. Iqbal?
Yeah, Madam Chair, my question is this the proper time to talk about the expenditure side of it, or this is just the levy side?
This is just the levy.
Okay, so we will come back to that.
Happen on another resolution that's already off consent.
One more.
All right, anybody else?
Thanks.
Mr. Ford, did you want to speak?
Yeah, just go ahead, because she had her hand up before.
I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Allen?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ford. I think Mr. Davis actually just gave us exactly the reasons why we want to pass this measure in this form. And that is that we spent so many years deferring, not using the tool that government has been given to try and keep up with the cost of doing business in the world. And we have tightened our belts for 14 years. So I think it's reasonable to say a good budget would be last year's budget plus a CPI. In this case, we're going to ask that we be allowed to raise the cost of doing business for everyone so that we can cover the costs of running the county and providing all of the benefits that Mr. Davis just said we're so grateful for. So thanks, everybody, for thinking about this one.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ford?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my thought is that not that I realize what it takes to do business in the county or any government body, but I just want to make sure that we focus on, and when I say focus on, it has to be aggressive focus on our economic development part of it, because without that, we'll be right back at the table doing the same thing. I truly believe what I've seen around the country, even right here in Kane County and Aurora, that if that effort is put forth, it will be successful. I mean, you can't beat the diversity from farmland to business in Kane County. So that could bring a lot to the table. So my thing is, if we're not careful, this would be an ongoing thing, not to focus where we can really get the funding from the economic part of it.
I welcome, as does Ms. Lewis, and I can speak perhaps for the rest of the board, to looking forward to that challenge and that opportunity and being successful. No, that is going to make every effort on that during the next 4 years and beyond. Anybody else? I see none. Ready? Clerk, please call the roll.
Allen?
Allen, aye.
Bates?
Bates, yes.
Berman?
Could you come back to me, please?
Doherty?
Already know.
Davis?
Davis, no.
Ford? Gums?
Gums, yes.
Gums what?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Iqbal?
Iqbal, no.
Juby?
Juby, aye.
Kenyon?
Aye.
Caius?
Caius, yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, no.
Lewis?
Lewis, yes.
Linder?
Yes.
Molina?
Molina, no.
Roth?
Roth, no.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva?
Silva, no.
Strathman?
Strathman, yes.
Surgis? Tarver?
Tarver, yes.
Tepe? Williams?
Williams, no.
Young?
No.
And coming back to Mr. Berman?
Yes.
Passes.
All right, let's count it up. I believe it passes to.
It does.
6, 8, 10, 11.
I have
Yes,
13 to 11.
11. All righty. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you very much. All right. Good. tax levy for insurance liability fund. May I please have a motion and a second to think? Is there any discussion on this item?
So this is Surges and Linder.
Linder, yes, for tax levy for insurance liability. Please call the roll.
All right. Ellen.
Ellen, I.
Bates.
Bates, yes.
Berman.
Berman, yes.
Doherty.
No.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No.
No, thank you. Davis.
That was no.
Ford.
Ford, yes.
Gums.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal.
Well, yes.
Juby. Kenyon.
Yes.
Caius.
Yes.
Leonard.
Leonard, no.
Lewis.
Yes.
Linder. Molina.
Molina, yes.
Roth.
Roth, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Silva.
To be consistent. Staff, complaints not with any of the.
Strathman.
Strathman, yes.
Surges. Tarver.
Carver, yes.
Tepe. Williams. Young.
No.
Passes 1, 2, 3, 5 nays. Very good.
Motion is second to discuss and possibly pass item number 24-465. This is for tax levy for the Illinois Municipal Retirement Fund.
Alan moves.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Gums. Discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen. Alan, I. Bates.
Yes. Bates,
Berman.
Berman, yes.
Doherty.
No.
Davis.
That was no.
I'm sorry.
No.
Thank you. Ford.
Ford, yes.
Gums.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal.
Well, yes.
Juby.
Ruby, I.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Caius.
Yes.
Leonard.
Leonard, no.
Lewis.
Lewis, yes.
Linder.
Yes.
Molina.
Molina, yes.
Roth.
Roth, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Strathman.
Strathman, yes.
Surges. Tarver.
Carver, yes.
Tepe. Speak up. Speak up. Thank you. Williams.
Williams, yes.
Young.
No.
That still passes. 4 nays.
Nays, all right. May I please have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly pass item number 24-466. This is for the Social Security Fund.
Berman move.
Thank you, Mr. Berman, second.
Caius.
Thank you, Mr. Caius. Discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Allen. Allen, I. Bates.
Bates, yes.
Berman.
Berman, yes.
Doherty.
No.
Davis.
That was no.
Ford.
Ford, yes.
Gums.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal.
Well, yes.
Juby.
Ruby, I.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Caius.
Yes.
Leonard.
Leonard, yes.
Lewis.
Lewis, yes.
Linder.
Yes.
Molina.
Molina, yes.
Roth.
Roth, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Silva.
Silva, no.
Strathman.
Strathman, yes.
Tarver.
Carver's, yes.
Tepe.
Tepe, yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Young.
No.
4 nays.
Oh. Yes, 4. May I please have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly pass item number 24-467, the County Highway Fund. Thank you, Mr. Tarver. Second, please. Thank you, Mr. Linder. Discussion? I see none. Clerk, call the roll.
Ellen. Ellen, I. Bates.
Yes.
Berman.
Berman, yes.
Doherty.
No.
Davis.
That was no.
Oh, my God.
Ford.
Ford, yes.
Gums.
Gums, yes.
Ball.
Then I have gravel roads.
Ruby, I.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Caius.
Caius, yes.
Leonard.
Leonard, yes.
Lewis.
Yes.
Linder.
Yes.
No.
No, yes.
Roth, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Strathman.
Yes.
Surges. Tarver.
Carver, yes.
Tepe.
Tepe, yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Young.
No.
Okay, 3 nays.
3 nays. Okay. May I please have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly pass item number 24468, County Bridge Fund?
Alan moves.
Ms. Allen, thank you, Mr. Tarver. Discussion? See none, clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Alan, I.
Bates. Bates, yes. Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Right now.
Davis,
Painfully no.
Ford,
Yes.
Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Yes.
Juby,
I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Melina,
Yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Deputy, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young,
No.
passes,
3 noes,
3 noes.
3 nays.
Oh, with Surges, please.
Yes.
Motion and a second, please, to discuss and possibly pass item number 24469, the County Highway Matching Fund.
They will all pass.
I please have a motion?
That's all.
Ms. Allen, motion second. Ms. Bates, second.
Bates.
Thank you. Discussion. Hearing none, seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates. Bates, yes. Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Right now.
Davis,
That was no.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Comes, yes.
Iqbal,
Yes.
Juby,
I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Melina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Deputy, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
No.
3 nays.
Motion and a second to discuss and possibly pass item number 24470, the Kane County Health Fund.
Ford motions.
Tarver seconds.
Thank you both. Discussion? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Allen,
Alan, I.
Bates. Bates, yes. Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Right now.
Davis,
That was no.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Comes, yes.
Iqbal,
Yes.
Juby,
I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Get away from you.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Deputy, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
No.
Nays, passes.
Motion a second to discuss and potentially pass item number 24471, the Veterans Commission Fund.
Kenyon moves.
Tarver
Ken-
seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Tarver. Right, any discussion on this item? None, clerk call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates. Bates, yes. Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Right now.
Davis,
That was no.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Comes, yes.
Iqbal,
Ford, yes.
Juby,
I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Melina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Deputy, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
No.
That's passes at 3 nays.
3 nays. Motion and a second to, now we're going into the special billing areas, special service areas as well. Item number, and before we go forward on this, Mr. Berman, just to confirm that these are all self-funded, are they not?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so they're not coming specifically out of county money? Okay, so they're self-assessed, just for everybody's clarification. Motion is second to approve item number 24-472. This is for Shirewood Farm Special Service Area.
Surges.
Thank you. And second, please, Mr. Linder. 472. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Ellen,
Allen, I.
Bates? Bates, yes. Berman?
Berman, yes.
Doherty?
Sorry now.
I think that's to pay for.
Davis?
Yes.
Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums?
Gums, yes.
Iqbal?
Yes.
Juby?
I.
Kenyon? Caius?
Nice, yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis?
Yes.
Linder?
Yes.
Molina?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Strathman?
Yes.
Surgis? Tarver?
Carver, yes.
Tepe?
Tepe, yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
Passes one nay.
Nay. Motion a second, please, to discuss and potentially pass 24-473. This is for the Mill Creek Special Service Area. Thank you, Mr. Linder.
Caius, second.
Thank you, Mr. Caius. Discussion for Mill Creek. Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Ellen?
Allen, I.
Bates? Bates, yes. Berman?
Berman, yes.
Doherty?
Sorry now.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Doherty, yes, no?
No.
It's hard to hear you.
Sorry.
Said no twice.
No, no.
Okay. You got it as a nay. Davis?
Yes.
Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums?
Gums, yes.
Iqbal? Juby?
I.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Caius, yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis?
Yes.
Linder?
Yes.
Molina?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Strathman?
Strathman, yes.
Surgis? Tarver?
Yes.
Tepe?
Tepe, yes.
Williams?
No.
Young?
Yes.
Passes two nays.
Motion and a second. 7-3.
74.
We're on 474 right now. To discuss item number 24-474. This is for Wildwood West Special Billing Area.
Strathman moves.
Ms. Strathman, thank you. Second,
Bates,
please.
second.
Thank you, Ms. Bates. Any discussion? You're seeing none. Clerk call the roll.
Ellen?
Allen, I.
Bates?
Bates, yes.
Berman?
Berman, yes.
Doherty?
Sorry no.
Thank you. Davis?
Yes.
Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums?
Gums, yes.
Ball?
Yes.
Juby?
I.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Caius, yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis?
Yes.
Linder?
Yes.
Molina?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Strathman?
Strathman, yes.
Surgis? Tarver?
Carver, yes.
Tepe?
Tepe, yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
It passes one nay.
One nay. I just got a note that some of the people listening online cannot hear some of our board members. So if you could remember both people who are speaking remotely as well as those people who are here to speak closely into your microphone. So thank you so much. Item number 24-475. This is adopting a tax levy for Plank Road Estates Special Billing Area. Thank you, Mr. Surgis. Second, please.
Berman.
Thank you, sir. Discussion? All right, let's take the vote on Plank Road.
Ellen?
Allen, I.
Bates?
Bates, yes.
Berman?
Yes.
Doherty?
Sorry now.
Vist?
Yes.
Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums?
Yes.
Iqbal? Juby?
I.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Caius, yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis?
Yes.
Linder?
Yes.
Molina?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Strathman?
Yes.
Surgis? Tarver?
Carver, yes.
Tepe?
Tepe, yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
Passes one nay.
One nay. May I have a motion, a second, to discuss and possibly pass item number 24-477. This is a levy for the Pasadena Drive Special Billing Area.
676, we should be good.
6, my apologies. Let's go back to 7-6 for the Exposition View Special Billing Area. May I have a motion?
Carver moves.
Thank you. Please.
Caius.
Thank you, Mr. Caius. Any concerns? Seeing none. Mr. Sturgis, you've been asked to speak into your microphone, please. Just so you know. Thank you, sir.
On it.
Thank you, sir. Clerk, call the roll. Ellen.
Allen, I.
Bates.
Bates, yes.
Berman. Doherty.
Right now.
Davis.
That was yes.
Ford.
Ford, yes.
Gums.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal. Juby.
Juby, I.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Caius.
Caius, yes.
Leonard.
Yes.
Lewis.
Yes.
Linder.
Linder, yes.
Molina.
Molina, yes.
Roth.
Yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Strathman.
Yes.
Surges.
Surges, yes.
Tarver.
Yes.
Jeppy, yes.
Just for you.
Hang on. Mr. Tarver.
Yes.
Is it, okay.
Jeppy, yes.
Debbie, yes. Thank you. Williams.
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Passes one nay. One nay. All righty.
It was a yes.
We're back to Pasadena Drive. May I have a motion a second to discuss and possibly pass item number 24477 Pasadena Drive Special Billing Area?
Linder will move.
Thank you, Mr. Linder. Second.
Carver second.
Thank you, Mr. Tarver. Discussion? Seeing none. Clerk, call the roll. Ellen.
Allen, I.
Bates.
Yes.
Berman.
Yes.
Doherty.
Oh, yes. I mean, no, sorry.
Was that a no, Mr. Doherty? Did we trick you?
Yep.
Just threw me there for a minute. Davis.
That was yes.
Ford.
Ford, yes.
Gums.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal. Juby.
Juby, I.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Caius.
Caius, yes.
Leonard.
Leonard, yes.
Lewis.
Yes.
Linder.
Linder, yes.
Molina.
Molina, yes.
Roth.
Yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Strathman.
Strathman, yes.
Surges.
Surges, yes.
Tarver.
Tarver, yes.
Debbie.
Jeppy, yes.
Williams. Young.
Yes.
All
One
right.
nay.
478. May I have a motion and a second to discuss, possibly pass item number 24478? This is the Tamara Dittman Special Billing Area. Motion, please.
Berman.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. Second.
Tarver.
Tarver, thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, clerk, call the roll. Ellen.
Allen, I.
Bates.
Bates, yes.
Berman.
Yes.
Doherty.
Right now.
Davis.
That was yes.
Ford.
Ford, yes.
Gums.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal.
Yes.
Juby.
Juby, I.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Caius. Leonard.
Leonard, yes.
Lewis.
Yes.
Linder.
Linder, yes.
Molina.
Molina, yes.
Roth.
Roth, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Strathman.
Strathman, yes.
Surges.
Yes.
Tarver.
Tarver, yes.
Tepe.
Jeppy, yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Okay, very good. One nay. One nay. Motion is second to discuss and potentially pass item number 24479. This is for the church monitor special service area.
Bates moves.
Silva moves, please.
Thanks.
Those
Dr.
Silva.
Silva.
I'll take second.
Dr. Silva,
Mhm.
this is your special area. Yes, it is.
But I would defer to.
It's fine.
It came out of it came out of,
Ladies were fine.
Environmental.
Second, Ms. Bates, second. Doctors, doctors first. All right, discussion on this. All right, let's take the roll. Ellen.
Allen, I.
Bates.
Bates, yes.
Berman.
Berman, yes.
Doherty.
Right now.
Davis.
That was yes.
Ford.
Ford, yes.
Gums.
Yes.
Iqbal. Juby.
Juby, I.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Caius.
Caius, yes.
Leonard.
Leonard, yes.
Lewis.
Yes.
Linder.
Linder, yes.
Molina.
Molina, yes.
Roth.
Roth, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Strathman.
Yes.
Surges.
Surges, yes.
Tarver.
Tarver, yes.
Tepe.
Jeppy, yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Young. Oh, he passed. All right. He's not here for a moment, but it passes. Three more to go. May I have a motion and a second to discuss and potentially pass item number 24480. This is a levy for 45 West 185 Plank Road. Motion, please.
Tarver moves.
Thank you, Mr. Tarver. Second.
Berman.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. Discussion? Seeing none. Clerk, please call the roll. Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates, Berman, Doherty,
No.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
BBI.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius, Leonard, Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Melina,
Lena, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surgis,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Pepe. Sorry,
Tepe, yes.
thank you. Williams,
Yes.
Young. That passes, one nay. Okay, last one. I have a motion, a second to,
Next to last.
Next to last.
There's two left. Ultimate one.
thank you, I'll get to all my pages. We're getting there.
Boyer Road
We're
is?
getting there. All right, we're getting close. Item number 24482, this is
81.
tax levy for
Madam Chair,
Yes.
481.
481.
Shut by,
Boyer Road, Special Service Area, 24481. May I have a motion?
Tarver moves.
Moved, Mr. Tarver, second, please. Mr. Berman. Discussion. Seeing none, let's go, take the roll. Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman, Doherty,
Right now.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Yes.
Juby,
BI.
and
yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder, thank you, Melina,
Melina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surgis,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Passes, one nay. Two, may I have a motion, a second? Yes, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Bourbon. This is for Crane Road Estates. So Mr. Bourbon moves, second, please.
Land deal.
Tarver moves.
I was gonna,
second.
Davis was gonna move that and ask Doherty to second it for me.
All right, here we go. We've already got it.
Hold it
Let's go
down.
for
It's
Crane
like
Road.
you.
All right. Seeing no discussion, except for a little bit of levity, clerk call the roll. Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman, Doherty,
Right now.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
BBI.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
No.
Melina,
Melina, yes.
Roth,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Yes, agree.
thank you, Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surgis,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
It passes, two nays.
Oh, no. This transportation, we have to vote on that.
Passed in consent, nobody put anything on. We must start changing.
Yes.
Executive session. Rules have never.
Got it. I believe that's it.
Yes.
Yeah, good. All righty. All right, we're done with all the tax levies. Thank you.
Chair, can I request a recess?
Bathroom. I think that would, a personal break, I think would be very appropriate. Let's get back here because remember, on a tight timeline, let's get back here in 10 minutes
Playground time?
Right.
and everybody can come back. So we're going to convene until 12:30.
Hey,
Seth's is grade school.
full speed ahead, buddy.
Just. You know, we need to here. Yes. Yes.
All right, ladies, gentlemen, please take our seats. Let's get going.
We'll find what.
Totally, or they're.
All right.
Madam Chairman, get Bates to whistle. Bates, Bates, whistle.
You did it.
Okay, that was.
Never in my life. Bates, see somebody cut a cake with string.
Maybe speaker.
I hope that's not confetti.
Frosting all over.
Dental floss.
I got a personal trainer.
Hey, but I never seen that happen.
All right, remember, we got to get done here at 2:00. 30, that's correct. And so, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, and we will take roll to make sure we have everybody back in. I'd like to remind you
Still better.
that we are only allowed to have the board member speak twice per resolution, and I'm going to take tally. So I will keep you on task with this. Again, 2 times per resolution. All right, so clarification, if it's a quick clarification, that does not count. And that is by our county code. Our rules, I mean, it's the Roberts rules. So ready to begin? Okay, take roll.
Okay, this is for roll call to establish quorum. Ellen, are you present?
Alan, present.
Great. Bates? Berman?
Berman's here.
Doherty?
Go here.
Right, Davist?
That was here.
Ford?
Board president.
Gums?
Here.
Iqbal? Juby? Kenyon?
Chair.
Caius?
Highest present.
Leonard?
Leonard here.
Lewis?
Lewis
No, no,
here.
just the headband.
here.
Linder?
Yes.
Molina?
Molina present.
Roth?
Roth is here.
Sanchez?
Sanchez present.
Thank you.
Okay.
Silva?
Take the soccer here then?
Ethman?
No, it's fine.
Somebody is on the
Yeah, who's on? There's a lot of noise going on in the background.
Surges?
Present.
Carver?
Harvard's here.
Tepe?
Deputy here.
Williams?
Here.
Young?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. There has been a request, ladies and gentlemen, to move ordinance number 24379 before the executive session, so we can continue the discussion on the budget. May I have your approval to do that? Yes, all right, very good.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may we move 24500 as well? I think that'll be a quick one.
But that'll be after the budget. Let's get the budget discussion first. All right, so we're gonna move A and then B,
79.
or A and C, I'm sorry. All righty. Ready? May I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 24379?
We'll move.
Thank you, Ms. Gums. Second, please.
Highest.
Mr. Caius, thank you. Discussion. Under.
I'm fumbling my pages. This is the budget, right?
That is the budget, sir.
Okay. I have an amendment.
Motion is second.
Motion and a second.
Oh, okay.
Would-
I'll move.
Move. Do we have a second on this? We did have a second, I believe. We did pass that. That was,
Caius was.
and,
Well,
Yeah, it's
Gums
been
and
moved.
Caius, yeah, they
yes,
can move.
yes, correct. All right, so what is your motion, sir? Or your amendment, I'm sorry.
To amend the proposed budget by removing the amount allocated for vacant positions and reducing the surplus used by that same amount. If I can get a second, I'll talk
I'll
about it.
second it.
Just a second.
Mhm.
Oh,
Go
my last shot, man.
go ahead. I'm sorry, Kenyon seconds.
Moving the amount, I'm sorry, for what? Can you repeat that one more time, please?
Sure, and I have a piece of paper I can pass up too. I made 2 copies of it.
I'm okay.
I'll pass it up to. I move to amend the proposed budget by removing the amount allocated for vacant positions and reducing the surplus used by that same amount. And I do have a second. May I speak?
Yes. Does anybody have a second for that?
I do.
Can I get a clarification on whether or not that includes grant
Grant-
positions
No,
also?
don't open it. Don't open it. Oh, it won't fit.
I'm sorry, is that Mr. Doherty?
Yeah,
Background noise. Does that include grant-related positions? I'm not aware.
I'm not talking about, if I didn't say it, I'm just talking about hiring people. I'm not talking about people that are already here. I'm talking about bringing new people on board. And this was a rough weekend for me. I talked with an advisor at the end of last week about it and talked to a couple of other people, but I really took Mr. Leonard to heart. I don't agree with Mr. Leonard's politics in many, many ways, but he turned liberal socialist just for a few minutes last week, about not wanting to fire people. And we're headed, Lord help us, we passed the sales tax referendum. And then maybe we can change the stance all the way around. But if we don't, we're headed to, in probably a year, because we don't always hit what's supposed to be left over and what isn't, probably a year or a year and a half from probably starting to issue tax anticipation warrants and doing all kinds of things to try to stay alive here. All the great things we've said about the county go out the window when we start laying off people. So I would rather the departments figure out, how can we do this a little bit better? How can we shift some responsibilities around when employee B leaves? And I will be bringing back, it's too late to get this on human resources for tomorrow, but I'll be bringing back a resolution. I'll ask the state's attorney to help me draw it, that will kind of put out some parameters about how a department can appeal this if it's necessary and so forth. But we are better off trying to find a way to do this gradually from within than have to sit down in one day and say, okay, every department's going to lose 12% of their employees or whatever. So
Toyota's what they
that's my idea.
Madam Chair.
All right, we got hands up. Mr. Williams first, please.
I think I need clarification whether we're talking about non-elected official positions. In other words, we're not talking about the state's attorney's office. We're not talking about the sheriff's office. We're talking about the hiring of employees that we as a county board have control over. And so I need clarification of that. And if it includes, if it's countywide, I need to know from the state's attorney's office whether we have that authority.
Well, had some discussion with a member of the state's attorney staff on that. And I would hope that they would go along with that. But again, because of their local control, they maybe don't want to or won't. And I don't think we can force it at this point. I correct, Mr. Assistant State's Attorney?
As you can imagine, this is a little bit of a loaded question at the last second, but what I can tell you is at the end of the day, anything you do to affect hiring and firing does go into the question of internal control, which means it's a reasonable standard for the push and pull between elected officials and the county board. So if you pull all money, and that includes money that would be going to elected officials, you are opening yourself up to a possible lawsuit. And then the question becomes whether or not it's reasonable for them to be able to expect that they can fill their currently vacant positions or not. So there's no clear answer on this. As we've discussed before, there's a push-pull between elected officials and county board, but that is kind of the legal line that you all have to kind
And
of.
some of the problem is that probably a third of our employees are in the sheriff's office or the state's attorney's office. So it is a problem.
All right, so you've had plenty of time to discuss this. Thank you, Mr. Linder. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, in regards to what the comments from Mr. Williams and Mr. Linder, I believe in relationship to the independent elected officials and the budgets that they control, okay, that we can eliminate the amount of money associated with these open positions from their budget. That I don't think it's up to us in any way, shape, or form to tell them how to run their department, but we can eliminate that money from their budget. Then it's been properly allocated. And I think it needs to be stated that we're talking about current positions. So if an employee were to leave, replacing that particular person would not be affected by this. I'm not sure if we need specific wordage to do that, but I think that would be in order. So I would suggest that we amended that we eliminate the open positions for those departments that are within board control, and that we eliminate the dollar amounts associated with open positions in the budget for the elected officials from their respective budgets.
Okay, all right. So there is an amendment to the amendment. So is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Is there a second?
That.
Okay, there is a second. So is there any discussion on this amendment? Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, whether it's an amendment or amendment to amendment, we need to translate it into dollars. What we heard.
Is your
from-
microphone on?
Okay. We need to translate them into dollars. Is this motion to freeze the new hiring? That we are told is $5.1 million item.
How much is that again, please? I did not hear it.
Just freeze the new hiring. That's a $5.1 million. Is this what the motion is about? Or is there another number that we are dealing with?
So is the motion then to freeze the budget or that line item, to reducing it by $5.1 million in the 2025 budget? Is that what you're suggesting ultimately?
I don't have the dollar amount. I'm talking about a hiring freeze, and Kathleen would have to tell us what that dollar amount is.
All right, so we've got, let's Mr. Frank speak.
I would make sure caution you, there's a difference between a hiring freeze that's prospective as people leave this upcoming year versus a budget amendment that would pull funding from currently vacant positions. So, I will defer to the Director of Finance on the numbers, but make sure you understand the distinction. Right now, what I'm hearing is only a pulling of the monies. A hiring freeze would be a separate kind of prospective will of the board resolution type of thing. So the amendment to the amendment doesn't change the necessary fact that the county board or that the elected officials may still have a lawsuit against you, whether you tell them how to do their job directly or you pull money in any kind of way. It's the same statement. So it doesn't mean you can't do it. It just means there's going to be a push-pull, and the question for the judge will be whether or not it was reasonable what you did. So that's the only thing I say on that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that warning. All right, I believe we just need some clarifications.
Yeah.
We need to know, believe two things, and please, this is what I'm hearing from you. Mr. Linder has a suggestion that we remove from the line item on the budget all vacant positions. It was clarified that we have control of vacant positions here in the county government, which takes up about 30%, give or take, of the county budget. So whatever that it is, and then 70% reduction across board for our other elected officials for their empty positions, their vacant positions. So reduction in that, and we do not know the amount on either one of these yet. So we don't know exactly how to remove that. The other suggestion is simply put a hiring freeze, but the hiring freeze can only be implemented for the county government, not for the budgeted items for our elected officials, because we cannot control who or what or where they want to hire. That is not our job. We just control how much money we allocate to them. So, Mr. Linder, this is number 2.
I have a point of order kind of a thing. I don't think that, while the hiring freeze is my intention, I don't think that was on the agenda for today, and I don't think we can vote on that. I think we can only vote on the monetary, on the budget basically today. And so my motion was just to take that money out of the budget. And I, in discussion, said I would intend to come forward with some language on a hiring freeze, but all I'm talking about today is taking the money out. That's all that's on the agenda. We can't.
So all you want to do is talk about money.
Well, we couldn't vote on the policy. I mean, that's.
You're accurate. You're accurate. Okay, just clarification. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, if we could, I know Kathy sent an email out about this 25 budget and about this specific concern. And I think what she stated in it, I'll read what she said. If a hiring freeze were put into effect immediately, there are approximately 7.2 million in vacant positions, salaries only, of which 5.1 million are in the general fund. So if we follow that wording, we could reduce the budget by 5.1 million and thus reduce the amount of reserves we're using by 5.1 million. But I would like verification from Ms. Hopkinson.
She here? There she is. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at the numbers and obviously the report that I ran, that's a good estimate because there are job offers taking place, as we speak. But that would be the best estimate. And just, on the general fund, and that would be a question that I would have, is this all funds or just the general fund? And in the general fund for the 2025 budget, in terms of what was budgeted as vacant positions, only 6 positions in the general fund are non-elected vacant positions. All the rest are, those dollars are in elected offices. So probably only about 100,000 of the 5 million in vacant positions in the 2025 budget in the general fund. Almost all are in elected offices.
How much was for the government?
There's 6 positions. Let's see here. 80. It's maybe more like 200,000.
For the 6 positions?
Yeah, it's payroll clerk in the finance department and some IT and a buildings management. The rest is all elected offices.
All right. So
in the general fund for next year.
We're looking for the government side reduction of, let's say, 250. 50,000 and a reduction for each one of the elected offices by 5 million or 4.7?
4.7.
4.7.
4.7.
Kathy, none of the non-elected ones are transportation. They were just the.
Transportation is not in the general fund, but the transportation department does have, that's a question that I had. Because we've got vacant positions in all sorts of other funds across the county. KingCom, transportation, health, CDBG. Yeah, there's a couple, the clerk of the court has vacant positions in some of their special revenue funds. So it's, yes.
So again, clarification. This is, I would assume, just for the board. This is just for the general fund. This is not for grant related or special revenue funds. So all of those
My motion
positions
was
remain
not
intact.
restricted to a fund.
I understand that.
Somebody wants to amend it.
I understand that. Yes, ma'am. Would you like to amend his resolution to take it out so it's specifically general fund, or is it for everybody? Because do we have the authority to remove if it's a grant funded position?
No. I want to do that.
Clarification I want. His request, my understanding from what Mr. Linder just said, is for all vacant positions, no matter what fund. Is that clear?
Yeah, and the concept would be that if you need to replace somebody who's left within your department, you find a way to do that. And if it can't be done, then you come forward to the board and say, I need to have an exception. We haven't written that resolution yet. It makes it difficult, but this is the budget. This is the time we have to somewhat do that. I suppose we could leave the money in the budget and then come around and do the hiring freeze later and just not spend the money.
Never have.
Well, yeah.
Never.
All right. I don't know, Mr. Frank, I would like clarification, and Mr. Leonard, I recognize you, but just give me a minute here.
I will listen.
We have grant money coming in. Grant is allocated for a special program. And with that program is the needs of people. The health department is primarily funded through grants. So what you're suggesting, Mr. Linder, is to consider this. You're asking us for people to our departments to apply for grants to take the pressure off of the general fund. But at that time, you're telling them that they can't hire the people that the grant is for.
Let's turn that inside out for a minute, though. The circumstance that's been going on is that they get a grant, they start paying an existing employee out of that grant, and they've got that extra money to do whatever with, to add a position or whatever. We're talking about tightening it down. I don't like this. I hate my motion, but I think we have to start getting serious about money. And a lot of this discussion should come next month when we get into the resolution and into how the exceptions work and that sort of thing. But this is the budget, so this was the time to bring up the money.
All right.
We always do
Madam Chair,
budget
guys.
transfers and stuff
We
later.
have a number of people who are speaking. Ms. Gums, but we've just talked about the health departments. Ms. Strathman, why don't you go ahead?
Yes, thank you. I think this would not be a good time to include grant positions on this. Not only is the health department expanding for mental health services, but with the opioid settlement money coming in as well, there's also going to be positions that will be earmarked through that money as well. And I think we'd be foolish to include those grant positions in this.
Yes, I'm confused by that, but yes, Ms. Gums.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not be supporting any reduction of vacant positions. Welcome to floor amendments designed to confuse you. I understand the concept. My colleague, Mr. Linder, is saying that this is not the time or the place for that. If you want to change your policy to have elected offices return grant funded positions back to the general fund, that's great. I don't have a problem with that conversation, but this is not the place for it. And these floor amendments are going to be designed to confuse you.
Okay, yes, Mr.
Yes.
And this will be your last time.
Yes, I understand. So I may talk for no, just kidding. The letter or the email from Kathy Hopkinson said this, if we put a hiring freeze on, this would reduce by 5.1 million our expenses in the general fund. I think people have to realize grant funded employees are not part of the general fund. You know, the general fund is the revenues that we have coming in from taxes and other revenue sources. And the grants don't really play any effect on the general fund budget. It's just a number of employees in a number of different departments are grant funded or totally grant funded. So it's not the grant funding that we're going to be eliminating. We're going to be eliminating hiring people from either vacant positions or additional new positions that would affect the general fund, period.
Exactly. Exactly. Thank you.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Our whole concern here is connected to people. We're talking money, but we're concerned about people. If we are facing laying off people in the future, well, then for heaven's sakes, if we start now and we say, well, we're not going to hire additional people, we're going to stay where we are. We're going to work the programs we've got. We're going to pay for the people that we've got. Then if we aren't hiring new people, we don't have to worry about laying them off. We're just trying to be a little proactive here. Thank you.
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I really feel this isn't due process. It's setting, I'm thinking as a county board member, this is setting the new coroner up for failure. Give us an opportunity. Give us an opportunity. Give us an opportunity to start with our new budget. Give us an opportunity to move into what we're doing with this new coming election, a tenure season, and let us really responsibly evaluate. I think we can all be very responsible in how we handle this. I do understand there will be some cuts. I do understand that we're not all going to get what we need or want, but at the same time, I think it's coming in a moment where it's not really due process, because we need to hear what it is. I, for one, what I meant by my comment was, I need to understand what's going on. I need to understand what's needed and what isn't needed. So I apologize if it came off a little wrong. It's not what I meant. But at the same time, we need to be able to understand what we need. And I need to speak up.
Yes, you're transitioning with two hats on. So no, we completely appreciated what you said. All right, Mr. Berman.
Berman here. Finance Committee gave the board several different ways of cutting the budget, which were thrown out. We're talking about motor fuel tax. We're talking about money that we're going to put into the construction in the future, whatever. But all those things were turned down. Now we come up with a point where, oh, let's get rid of people. And, you know, it seems to me like we turn down some of the good opportunities that we have, that we control ourselves. And then we say, oh, we're going to lay off, or we're not going to hire anymore. So there are a number of departments that need people and they're looking for people. I just don't understand how we do things the way we do it. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you. Ms. Gumbs, this will be your last time.
Thank you. I just would like to make a point, maybe a question. You know, there's lots of great ideas. This is a moving target. Everything we're talking about today is germane to going forward. I would like to know how it would affect our 911 dispatch center, because they always have vacancies. And then two, again, I'll reiterate, I don't think this is the place for it. We haven't talked about an early retirement incentive. That's an option. Instead, we're talking about not filling positions for 911 dispatchers. And I find that, I noted that our director of Kane walked in. I don't know if you would like to answer the question, how will it affect you if you can't fill those spots?
Is that from the general?
And that's not, thank you, but this is not the time for that. But thank you. Yes. Yes, sir.
Caius,
Mr. Sturgis.
it seems to me that this is, whether it has merit or not, I'm totally confused about what it is. This again, I'm going to go real quick with Gums. This is not the place to be deciding this complicated an issue. We've already mentioned a number of things that have to be resolved to actually get to the point where we could actually make this an effect. And we're talking about the budget now. Let's go back to the budget. Let's not be putting things that have to be solved in this meeting. Let's stick with the budget.
Okay, so, yes, Ms. Bates.
I want to thank the Finance Committee. I am not a member. They might have forgotten I'm not a member. I've attended every special meeting and every finance meeting within months in person, because this is a very hard thing to figure out. The Finance Committee came up with a formula. Mr. Berman, please help me with this. It was what, 2 vacancies per 50 people? Wasn't that it? the finance committee has been working hard to make this a viable budget. They've thought of every possible solution, and this is the one that our experts came up with. So please don't mess with this solution, which has already been worked on.
Thank
That
you.
was my first one.
That was your first one. That was your first one. Yes, sir, because I'd like to have a comment on this.
I guess a cautionary tale, you know, anybody remember the name Deb Seiler?
Yes.
Yes.
Internal control. You go beyond the general fund, you will keep Mr. Frank very busy and it'll get really expensive. So careful where you tread here. And then vacancies. Again, you know, I'll be a broken record one more time for KDOT, but we have vacancies, things that we held open on purpose because we were asked to, because internal study was being done, equity. And we're paying outside engineering firms to do the work because we don't have people on staff. That's more expensive. We're spending more money to not hire and fill some vacancies. So careful what you wish for, and good luck to all you in 25.
And
Chair, may I withdraw my motion? We're going all different directions here. We're not gonna
would
get
you like to
anywhere.
withdraw your motion?
Would you withdraw your second?
Or let them withdraw.
Opinion second.
Okay, so the motion has been withdrawn.
Good. I would move.
All right.
Madam Chair, he needs to withdraw his modification, then the.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
let's-
no,
No.
Let's just, are you in approval with this? You're good.
Feel free to say
Okay.
it anytime you want
Never
to.
mind.
Whatever Cliff says.
Let's just move on. We gotta get out of here.
That.
Hold on, please.
It's correct. Cliff is correct. So you need to undo the amendment of the amendment before
All
you
right.
can undo the amendment.
Would you like to undo your amendment, sir?
Whatever Cliff says, yes.
All right, so the amendment to the amendment was withdrawn. Mr. Linder has offered to withdraw the parent amendment. And who seconded that, Mr. Linder? Or
I did,
Leonard,
but
Leonard, I'm
I'm
sorry.
not trying my second.
You're not withdrawing the
No.
second? So you'd like to continue that conversation? All right, my comment. With all of that, whether it is grant funded or funded by the general fund, we have outside pushers that are out of our control that we have to consider before we do this with hiring of individuals for the work for the county. We have the example of the Onerous and Opportunist Safety Act, which required additional sheriff's deputies, additional clerks, additional attorneys. That was not one of our mandates. That was mandated to us. And with that, we had to be responsive to the new state law. So there were additional hirings for that. So what we're asking to do with this is to stop that progress and that opportunity. I talked to the sheriff, and just free information, he shared with me that the Safety Act is not working as we had hoped, that he has to take about 45 calls a day to have people return back to the jail because they did not obey their court order to return to court for their hearing. So with that, there would be a need for additional deputy staff. So if we cut the budget, do be aware that the turnover for our courts is going to be much slower in its approach. So yes, sir.
Madam Chair,
Oh,
thank you.
this is your last time.
Okay, I would like to move this time.
Microphone.
Before I move, I'd like to say something that our counsel here has spoken, and he gave some very good clue on how we can work on this budget. The board has a broad power to cut the budget, but it cannot carve out this piece or that piece. If we have to reduce anything, should be across the board. then there is no question. We have to live within our limit. People are saying, we have to save employees, but on the other hand, we represent the taxpayers. There are two sides to it. We have to balance it. Whatever our revenues are, those should be the expenses. We cannot go and sustain expenditure which have been increasing and increasing and increasing. This time I have my graph. You have seen the graph that Kathleen has presented, and this taxpayer has shown this on this table. Those are the correct numbers. And even you consider the inflation, our expenditure should not be where they are, 38 million, 138 million. And our revenues are 109. So we have a $29 million deficit, which is incredibly high. Even if you put property tax, which is a 2 million CPI, you still have a $27.2 million deficit. How do you deal with that? Are we saying we are saving the employees, we hire, but we don't let anybody go and let the people suffer, let the taxpayers suffer? Are we saying that? Are you saying there is no fat in it? Are we saying that anybody who comes up with any program has to be done, has to be accepted? Are we sitting here to rubber stamp? What we are done, with due respect to the budget committee, what they have done is rubber stamp. Whatever numbers came from the department, those are the numbers. And the only solution that we have been given is cut across the board. Don't go and minutely pick and choose. So I move that we cut $27.2 million off the budget, making it balanced to the revenues that we have that have been projected. That's my motion.
Okay, wait a minute. We already have a motion on the table right now that we are discussing, and it's a $5.1 million hiring freeze and reduction in.
That's been withdrawn.
No, that was not
He
withdrawn.
would withdraw a
It was not
second.
withdrawn.
Okay.
It was
But
not
I,
withdrawn.
but I will second Dr. Iqbal's.
No, there's a motion on the floor.
Two motions on the floor.
Pardon me?
You can't have two motions on the floor at the same time.
Correct.
right.
Your motion
Then I-
is,
Then I will withdraw my second on the other one and second Dr. Iqbal's motion.
Thank you.
okay,
I can do that.
go ahead and make a motion now.
Okay, my motion is to $27.2 million from the budget across the board.
7.2.
All right, so we've got 27.2.
That is the deficit. That will make it balanced.
Madam Chair, can you say that number again?
$27.2 million.
To be exact, 27.3.
$27.3 million from the budget.
From the budget, yes.
Well,
This number is after you put your property tax.
all right. Well, it's not your property tax, it's the board's.
The CPI thing.
Board's levy. All right.
Get a second for that?
Is there a second?
Was there?
Second?
Yes,
That
I'm
he's
sorry.
already
Okay,
seconded. Mhm. Thank you. All right, yes. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so this is.
So I have been on the finance committee and I have attended all the meetings and I have looked into this budget many, many ways. And as Mr. Berman said, anything that we brought forward, this board collectively has said, no, we don't want to do an RTA thing. We don't want to do this. We don't want to do that. And now you're sitting here without any solution saying, let's cut $27 million. I'm sorry, that's asinine. Maybe that's not a right word. It's stupid. And I also don't feel comfortable telling our elected officials that we're going to cut their budgets. I back what the police department's doing or the sheriff's department. I back what's going on in the judicial system. And we'd only be freezing, 6 positions that we don't even know what they are for 200,000. So I suggest we stop all this and get on and just approve our budget take our licks and move forward. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Miss, yes, sir.
David Young. So Janine Mayer was the lady that handed out this paper that we all had here. And when you look at this, it does totally make sense as to where we should be. And I'm going to support Dr. Iqbal on this. And then when you go back and you look at everything that we've done at the board, I'll just bring up one example through the admin committee where there was a $1 million engineering fee on an existing HVAC system. $1 million to have some guy re-engineer something that's already been engineered for the police department. All you need to do is get a laser, go ahead and point, and boom. And you're telling me, Roger Fontaine was telling me it's going to take 3,000 man hours to do such a thing. It's ridiculous. Nobody questioned it. I questioned it. So when you look at, there's $1 million right there out of the 27 million. That 1 million should have been more like 200,000, maybe 100,000. So when you take a step back and look at all of these instances like that one, that 27 million is easy. Thank you.
All right.
Madam
Are there
Chair,
any
call
other
the question.
discussions on this item? And again, this is a resolution to remove $27.3 million from the existing budget. If there's no other conversation about this, yes, sir.
Sanchez.
Oh, hold on.
The only thing I'll say is
Frank.
if this does pass, you'll need to make subsequent amendments to specific line items to account for the 27.2 million, 27.3 million. So just know that ahead of time that if you're going to vote this through, there are subsequent motions that will have to be done.
Correct. And just to Mr. Sanchez, if you can just give me a minute just to clarify for everybody here. When we vote, we are voting on approved budgets for all departments and all elected officials. So we'd have to take that back and make those appropriate cuts, I imagine percentage or whatever formula we're going to use, and bring those back to the board. Would that be accurate?
Yeah.
Mr. Frank, would that be an accurate statement?
Say it to me one more time because I don't think I'm quite picking up what you're putting out.
All right, so there are a number of budget lines.
Correct.
So 27, if it's passed, $27.3 million cannot just be done. We're done. Each budget line would have to represent part of that $27.3 million.
Yes, that is specifically what you will need to then make decisions on where those cuts come from.
Correct.
So
We have to pass the budget by December 1st.
Madam Chair, call
that
the
is the correct
question.
answer. It doesn't have to be done today, but it would in fact have to be done by the end of the month.
If
Wait, hold on. We have a request to call the question.
Yes.
The question has been called. Clerk, call the roll.
Okay, this is for the cutting of the 27.3 million.
That's correct.
Ellen,
Point of order, I believe when this motion is called for, we have to vote on it unless there's an objection.
Mr. Sanchez is correct.
Well, I'm sorry, I did not hear what Mr. Sanchez said. There is a question.
No,
Yeah, when we call the question, the proper procedure, if there is an objection to that, then we have to vote on it as a board.
Okay. All right. Is there any objection on calling this question?
yes, I had a question. But Sanchez.
Oh, and-
seems to
and
be able to
object- no,
ask, but
no.
I'm not able to ask.
Oh, no, hold on.
Ms. Lewis.
Hold on a
I
second.
don't understand.
An objection, not a question, an objection. Are you objecting to the question?
I do object to calling the question, Mrs. Sanchez.
All right, Mr. Sanchez, you're
Is,
objecting to it. All right.
I second it. The calling
Is Mr.
question.
Shepro online?
Then we go to a vote. 2/3
So-
majority.
Okay, so all you need to do now is take a vote on whether or not to call the question. If it fails, then you can continue forward with discussion.
Okay, so we are going to take a vote on calling the question.
there was Gums and Caius.
Caius.
Thank you. This is just a question.
Yes. to call the
Just
questions.
Yes, just to call the question. Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
It's yes.
Yes.
Doherty,
Sorry, no.
Davis,
That was yes.
Ford,
Board, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Equal, no.
Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon,
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 Kenyon.
Kenyon,
Yes.
only
yes.
question.
Check a mileage.
So-
I'm not gonna tell you I'm bored, but I am.
They call the question, yes or no?
what's your
Yes.
vote? Call the question or not?
Okay, yes.
What is it? Yes?
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you. Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, no.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
As someone who didn't get a chance to speak once yet, no.
Silva,
No.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges, Tarver,
No.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Williams, no.
Young,
No.
we got here? No.
To 10.
Oh, it passes.
Passes.
You got 10
All right.
nays.
All right, we can call the question.
Yep.
The amendment
To cut the 20.
to cut the $27.3 million from the budget.
Clerk, please read the amendment.
What's that?
The amendment is the proposal to cut $27.3 million from the existing total budget.
Nope. Across
Is
the
it-
board.
Across the board.
Across the board, total budget across the board.
Second by Leonard. Right?
All righty, you ready?
Yep.
Here you go.
Ellen,
No.
Bates,
It's no.
Berman,
No.
Doherty.
Yes.
Oh, wait, you know what? Hang on. I'm writing the wrong way. That would not be good. Allen was a no, Bates, no, Berman, no, Doherty, yes. All
Correct.
right. Thank you. Davis,
That was no.
Ford,
I'm gonna entertain this. Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, no.
Iqbal,
Well, yes.
Juby,
Juby, no.
Kenyon,
No.
Caius,
This is to do what? You got backwards, now I got backwards.
Left the 27.
Want to see it again? Clerk?
No, we're past the amendment. No.
okay. Caius is a no. Leonard,
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, no.
Linder,
Linder, no.
Molina,
Molina, no.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, no.
Silva,
Silva, no.
Strathman,
Strathman, no.
Surges,
Burgess, yes.
Tarver, Tepe,
Tepe, no.
Williams, yes.
Young.
Yes.
Okay, that motion fails. Yeses, you can see other.
And it was Young and no. All righty. All right, we're back to the original 24,379. Is there any other discussion on this?
Something.
We're back to the original original ordinance.
Yeah.
With no other discussion, Mr. Young?
Put it on.
I think we owe it to just the people that have actually come up here and talked about this budget to pass it, to pass something less than what we have done. I don't know what that is right now. The 27.1 million is, or 0.3 million. I agree with Dr. Iqbal. I just think when you jump so high above what we should be at, which is according to Janine Mayer's 95 million, passing 138 million, I just think it's going to be, I will not support that, but I think it's really bad news for the board to, and how we're going to look as a board when this gets passed with a huge increase. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Strathman.
I would like, thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to say we owe it to the Finance Committee, who has worked so hard, has considered all the people speaking and considered the numbers in front of him and what we need at in the budget to continue the services in the county. I think we owe it to that committee to support them in what they suggested. I will be supporting this.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bates.
I'd like to speak to this piece of paper. And if you look at the column with the I on it, interest, I believe that's
It's
inflation. Okay, inflation, the percent of inflation. She has based that on 2020, which is our rock bottom general fund expenditure based on COVID money. She has built this very complicated spreadsheet on a mistake. So please disregard this piece of paper. It's not telling us the whole story. It's not including the COVID money in that and where we should be compared to where we are today. Thank you.
I think you're past your time of talking about the
There have been
amendments.
people that have done more than two.
This is last
All
time.
right.
It's a courtesy.
All I would like to say is what we're doing in this budget is we're not cutting anything. We're increasing everything again. It's 11.7% increase this year. When I look at a department like the state's attorney's office, which is, I believe, the second largest department in the county, they came in at a 2% increase. So, I think we have to take them as an example. What I am suggesting, first of all, I'll be voting no on this for two reasons. A $2 million property tax increase isn't going to do anything for us. It's going to take us from almost 30 million down to a little less than 28 million.
Already voted on that.
Next year, what we're going to have left in reserves is about $9 million. And with a 3% increase next year, we're going to be short, including the 9 million reserve, by about 23 to $24 million with no other source of income. The problem is in passing this budget with a property tax increase, what we're doing is we're jeopardizing the sales tax referendum in April. That's $51 million each and every year that we'll get. By increasing taxes on all the property owners, and there are 200,000 parcels in Kane County, we're basically telling them, not only are we raising taxes on you without you having any say, but we are also going to ask you to vote for a sales tax referendum, which will incorporate a sales tax on everything you buy in Kane County. So I think that $2 million consumer price index property tax increase is going to jeopardize even more of the sales tax revenue. And the bottom line is if that sales tax revenue is not passed in April, what we're looking at is having to let go, terminate somewhere between 100 and, as Madam Chair said, 150 employees next year. I don't agree with that in any way, shape, or form. And so I'll be voting no on the budget as it is stated.
Okay, Mr. Berman.
Remember, Mr. Leonard, that $2 million increase in our tax is going to cost you a martini.
It's not-
I don't care what it's.
One martini next year.
One more thing.
Okay,
That doesn't sound good.
all right, all right. I think,
It doesn't sound too bad right now.
Mr. Young, you've spoken twice.
Just want to make,
Quick.
David Young, quick comment. If you look at the budget from 2022, 85 million, and you do a 5% increase compounded 3 times, you're at 99 million. So that the rate of inflation was from 2022 to 2023, we're at around 3%. Now, if you go 5% on that 2022 and you pass a budget around 100 million, you're still above the rate of inflation. So I know that we already looked at this, but I'm against this. The board is going to be looking very bad when you guys go ahead and pass this. Thank you.
I have to be mindful of the time, because we know we're going to be losing people. It's now 1:30. We've had a pretty good conversation about this. Are we ready?
Question?
Make it quick, please.
she
Call the
said
question,
no.
call
No,
the question,
no.
call the question. All right, you ready? Let's take
Okay,
the roll.
this is for 24,379 as it's written. Ellen,
This is the vote on the budget.
What?
This is we're taking the vote, sir. Everybody's clear. We are now taking the vote on ordinance number 24,379, adopting the fiscal year 2025 annual appropriation and budget.
okay. Ellen,
I'm going to abstain, hoping I can get the answer to a question.
All right,
Back.
we can,
We're voting.
we're
Let's vote.
voting right now. We're voting.
Vote.
abstaining.
Abstaining.
You're going to abstain.
Just allowed to do that.
Okay, Bates,
Yes.
Berman,
Would you come back to me, please?
Doherty,
There you go.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Board, no.
Gums,
Comes yes.
Iqbal,
Well, no.
Kubi,
No.
Kenyon,
My God.
No.
Oh.
what the?
What?
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, no.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surgis,
Sturgis, no.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Williams, no.
Young.
No.
Coming back to Mr. Berman,
Yes.
And would Miss Allen like to reconsider her vote or non-vote?
I'm abstaining.
Going to abstain. All righty.
1311 or 13, 10, yep.
The budget passes. Good. Right. It has been requested that we move quickly to the appointing of the county engineer. This would be, may I have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly pass item number 24,500. This is the appointment of the engineer, and then we will go back because our sheriff has been sitting patiently to 24,499.
Each moves.
Davis gladly makes the motion for appointing the county engineer.
Thank you, sir. Great motion.
Roth was second.
Thank you. All right. Since we have Mike up here, Mike, could you please come to the podium? Are you here? There he is, right there.
Where's the sound? Where's the sound?
You know,
We have a motion and a second. Mike, before we take the vote, I think you need to be aware of what discussion we just had, which you listened to. And I hope that you will, and Dr. Silva, I would like you to do this as well, please, as you obtain your new post. Be prudent with the taxpayers' money. Spend it well, spend it wisely. Do not spend more than you need. And if there's something you want for the future, give us plenty of time to learn about it, bring the data on why it's important so that the board can consider how we're going to fund it.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. All right. Is there any discussion on this?
No.
Dr. Silva, do I have your agreement on that as well?
Madam Chair, absolutely. I think that it's very important to be fiscally responsible while still delivering the services. So I don't need to say much more, but absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Nothing else? Let's take the roll.
Okay, 24,500. Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
yes.
Doherty,
Oh, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, Gums,
yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
I.
Kenyon,
Yeah.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linda, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe, Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Very good. Congratulations, Mike. Yeah. Very good.
As the current chairman of transportation, I just want to thank all of you and let you know that of all the things that we've done today, you've now ensured a smooth transition, and somebody will be in place that will uphold the tradition of excellent work at KDOT that we've enjoyed for all these years. Mike is ready for this and up to the task, and lands in the job, ready to go full speed.
So thank you. And a great last legacy, Mr. Tavis, to your guidance of the Transportation Department. All right, now we have time. This was requested from members of this board. May I have a motion, a second, to discuss and potentially approve item number 24499? Thanks, Ms. Gumbs.
Second.
Thank you. All right, Sheriff, why don't you come up and explain to us what's going on with this? And thank you for being here.
Of course. Afternoon, everybody. Blair, I don't know if you got my email, but you can save the PowerPoint. I'm just going to email out to everybody. I put a little presentation together so you guys would have numbers that were requested of me regarding this IGA. But really, it's the only number that is pertinent within this intergovernmental agreement is $65 a day. And so this is the same almost mirrored agreement that you all have voted on before with Kendall County Sheriff's Office, with McHenry County, with DuPage County. We often do it annually. Sometimes we do it every 3 years. And this is just for detainee swapping. So it's critical to everyone's resources to be able to do this. And I've been speaking on the fact that this is kind of the wave of the future, that jails need to start sharing resources, because some jails do things better than other jails do. Some jails are set up to do things different ways than other jails are. So if you have any questions regarding the IGA, more than happy to answer.
Are there any questions on this item? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so I've been asking all along. There was an article saying that we were going to pay LaSalle County $2 million for our transfer of the people that are going to be there.
Who wrote that article?
It was in the paper several months ago and I passed it on. So it's not going to be the cost.
No, not even. Yeah.
Then my second one, and that's good, thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Secondly, though, this is saying, sorry, in the resolution, it's saying that it's for 100 people.
Yes.
But last month.
It's just the current status.
Because last month it said that we transferred 143 to other jails, and I don't know if it was, I don't know what that really consisted of.
Is that the same article?
No, this is in your report that you're going to give Thursday. It's on page 153.
Maintenance or repairs?
I don't know. It says detainees housed in other jails, 143. So I didn't know if that number was
I see
different.
what report you're. So included in that is our EHM program. So you're seeing numbers, that's basically not housed inside the Kane County Jail.
Okay.
Housed elsewhere, EHM, et cetera.
Okay, good, because I was like, those two numbers don't match, and so I was afraid to vote on that.
And remember, this is very temporary. When we make some changes here, Madam Chair alluded to this earlier. Not only do we have the camera upgrade going on, not only do we have our union concerns about hourly mandations, all because the Safety Act impact has been huge on us. So we didn't know what was going to happen. So we're all waiting to see. Yeah, originally our population dropped. But then since February, we've incrementally ticked up to the point where we are 30% more in custody than we were before the Safety Act or the Pretrial Fairness Act took place. So it's not having its intended effect. And it's putting a big weight on my staff because we've been slow hiring, much to everybody's point about saving money. We're 17 corrections officers below what we're approved for.
Yeah.
Intentionally.
Yeah, and
so
I
now we
noticed
have
the
to cut some
overtime is
dirt.
very high too because of all this. No, I get it. I just had just a couple little questions for my brain to figure out. Thank
Love
you.
it. Thank you.
Mr. Roth.
Roth here. Sheriff, it's going to cost us $65 is what the agreement is, right? Aren't we also getting some savings because we're not paying overtime?
Exactly right. So,
I haven't seen any number on that.
yeah. So while we may have $400,000 in outflow over the next few months because of this, also our overtime is coming way down. One of the biggest parts of our corrections division
Right.
budget. General staff, again, salaries
Right.
down because we're not hiring those people.
Okay.
Once we get everything in place,
You'll be able to
we'll bring
give
everybody
us that
back in.
number. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Things will be back to normal.
Questions for the sheriff? All right, with none, I think we're ready to take that vote.
Thanks, everyone.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Davis,
That was yes.
Ford, Gums,
Comes, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
Ruby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Lena,
Lena, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Bathman, yes.
Sturgis, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Seppi,
Seppi, yes.
Williams,
yes.
Young.
Yes.
It passes.
It passes.
Mhm.
All right, wonderful. I know that we have some zoning petitions, but we also have to approve a settlement. So I'd like to take a motion and a second to go into executive session.
Supposed to go into closed session for the purpose of discussing pending or imminent litigation. or
Thank you
settlement
very
of claims.
much. Is there a second on
Silva,
that?
seconds.
Thank you, Dr. Silva. Clerk, please call the roll.
It's also for the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, and dismissal of specific employees.
Thank you, sir.
I had.
Ellen,
You got it.
What
Call
he
the roll.
said.
Bates, Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Mr. Doherty?
Doherty,
Yes. Thank you.
thank you, Davis,
That was yes.
Ford, Gums,
Comes, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
Ruby, I.
Kenyon, Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Lena,
Lena, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Chez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Bathman, yes.
Sturgis. Oops, gone. Tarver, Tepe,
Seppi, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
That passes.
All right, everybody online joining us in the closed session, please accept your invites. If you're in the room and also joined with your computer, you must also join digitally. Accept those invites, please.
Wow.
Anybody hearing my voice feels they should be in the closed session. Yeah. And then I go north to meet.
Oh, well, good drinks.
And if somebody dies, she can take care
Yeah, I
of
see you're out.
it. One stop shopping.
We'll just call him in.
3 months. Cheryl has. Cremate Dave Young.
Oh, you're gonna
I've
drink.
heard that.
We're gonna give it to her.
The open door.
You guys are good friends.
Drag.
Sunday. Oh, you need, the sun is right in your eyes.
All right, you are in open session.
We're back in open session. Clerk, please call the roll.
Everybody loved your brownies.
Ellen, this is right. Dates, are you present? All right, Berman,
I was there.
Doherty,
Oh, yeah.
you, Davis,
Davis here.
Ford,
Board present.
Gums, Mickball, Juby,
To be here.
Kenyon, Caius,
Yes, present.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Who's here?
Linder,
Under here.
Melina,
Present.
Roth,
Roth here.
Sanchez, Mr. Sanchez,
I know where you start.
right, Silva,
Silva's here.
Strathman,
Strathman present.
Surgis, Tarver,
Carver here.
Tepe,
Deppie here.
Williams, Young, Madam Chair, here.
And
You
okay,
have a
we do have a quorum. All right, ladies, and gentlemen, may I please have a motion and a second to approve the settlement in the amount of $31,899. Mavis, Mr.
Strathman will,
$31,899.75. Case number, let me get the case number, please. 21WC 017581. And
That's moved.
moved, okay. Mr.
Seconds.
Okay,
Strathman moves, who's second? I'm sorry.
no, Ford,
Ford moved,
No, Leonard
no, Leonard moved,
and then,
and by Mr. Ford, we're all
Seconds.
tired.
okay,
Okay,
Bother me.
clerk, please call the roll.
okay. Ellen,
Aye.
Yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Oh, yes.
Davis,
That was just.
Ford,
Board, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
To be aye.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Melina,
No, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez, did you come back? Nope. Silva. Strathman,
Yes.
Surgis is gone. Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe, Williams.
Williams, no.
No, and Young is gone. That passes. One,
We have
two,
two,
nays.
we have 2 noes and 2 nays. All right, we have 3 more items to pass or not. Zoning petition. May I have a motion and a second to approve or not the zoning petition 242979, petition number 60.
Williams moves for approval.
Thank you, sir.
Seconds.
Seconds. Any discussion on this? None. Clerk, call the roll.
You're going too fast.
There's a reason.
Oh, my gosh, this is horrible. 40 or 4640. Okay.
Too many numbers.
All right, Ellen,
Ellen, aye.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Oh, yes.
Davis,
That was just.
Ford,
Board, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
To be aye.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis. She's gone.
Dawn.
All right, Linder,
Linder, yes.
Melina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe. Tepe's
Step out for just a minute.
Williams.
Williams, yes.
Okay, I guess that passes.
Okay, ready? Motion a second, please, to discuss potentially pass petition number 4641. Thank you, Ms. Bates. Second.
Berman second.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. Discussion? Ready? Take
Mhm.
the vote, please.
Ellen,
Ellen, aye.
Bates,
Yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty.
I'm back, please.
I'm sorry.
I'm back.
Okay. Davis,
That was yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
I.
Kenyon, Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Gone.
I'm sorry, Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Silva, Strathman.
Yes.
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
E. Mr. Tepe,
Yes.
thank you. And that is Williams.
Yes.
That passes.
Okay, last one. Motion is second to discuss and potentially approve zoning petition 24-2981, petition number 4642.
Williams moves for approval.
Thank you, sir.
Tarver seconds.
Thank you, Mr. For discussion. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
I.
Bates,
Yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty.
Doherty, yes.
You know what, Mr. Doherty, I did not get your vote on 4641.
Yes, also.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Okay, continuing, Davis,
That was yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
To be abstained.
abstain, okay. Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Tepe,
Happy, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Here's some more.
passes.
Okay, very good. All right, those have been passed. Is there any new or unfinished business to this board? See none?
Didn't we skip a bunch of stuff in the middle?
No, I think we've got it all done.
Committee updates?
You want to stay?
That was on the consent agenda.
Those consent, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think we got through it all. All right, hold on. Are there any pressing committee updates?
Pressing?
Yes, see.
So with that,
Engineer, transportation.
What?
Got a new county engineer, transportation there.
Yeah,
That's my-
there you go. That's an outstanding
New
update.
update.
All right, I wish all of our departing board members the best of luck. We will see you, however, at your committee assignments. All right, you still are chairing and responsible for all of that. We will be sending you updates when the swearing in ceremony is going to be occurring. And I look forward to welcoming in the new board. And I hope all the old board treats the new board well and coaches them.
Ooh, fresh meat. Yeah, we will.
Oh, absolutely. So, sir, your turn.
For the last time,
Mm.
it's been a pleasure, but I still want to adjourn and go out and enjoy what day is left.
Have a second.
In favor?
Yeah, we're done.